Gather round me, children, I'll tell you the news. Don't worry about the names or dates, you already know it's true. Your doctor hates your baby, the prime minister's a ghost, and all them folks are sailing here 'cause they're in love with boats. Superfoods can save us from all our evil sin. JFK and Elvis own a bar in Wisconsin. And vaccinations were created by the CIA to steal votes from Bernie Sanders and turn your babies gay. So click the link you think you like and get tooled for a fight against those lefty fascist communists who are leaning too far right.
Hi, welcome to Not Another Fake Newscast. I'm Paul.
And I'm Jerry.
And we're back. It's been some time.
We're back in black. I'm actually wearing grey.
And I'm wearing an arm jumper.
It looks like an extra from the Dubliners movie, which is being filmed as we speak.
So that's what that's why we've not been on. I'm one of the Dubliners in the Dubliners movie.
He's playing Luke Kelly. He's a big part, actually. Considering he's got no acting experience, I was amazed they gave it to him. But they're only spending a tenner on the entire thing.
You misheard me. I'm playing Luke Cage in the Dubliners movie.
The Dubliners movie.
That's why I'm the white Luke Cage, because he would have looked incredibly out of place in the Dubliners movie. I mean, people would have thought I was Phil Lynott pretty much in every scene.
Because there's a black guy in Dublin. Oh no, it's just that guy for the band. Fair enough. I actually think there's a few black Irish because of various things, slave trade and stuff like that. But anyway.
Well, I mean, the British government were big on slave trade. They loved it with the Irish. They loved it with anyone that wasn't pretty much English.
Which brings us on to the
Scottish independence. Pew, 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 pew.
So the episode this month is going to be about Scottish independence, a deep dive into Scottish independence. Before that, I suppose I should tell you that we are Not Another Fake Newscast, and we are available on www.notanotherfakenewscast.com.
I thought you were going to say VHS. We're available on VHS, cassette.
Oh man, yeah.
Mini disc.
Yeah, those 90-minute cassettes, those long ones.
Do you think we could get one of our podcasts pressed onto vinyl?
I mean, probably, but why?
Well, you know, if a hang.
Limited edition. We could I
can fucking guarantee you there is no other podcast that's got themselves pressed on a vinyl.
I mean, it would be quite cool. And we could get we could make them bright pink or something. Anyway, let's talk about this.
We could put the best of
the podcast.
Best of the last 21 episodes.
I mean, what
vinyl.
would that consist of?
Just the funniest moments.
Right.
So with loads of outtakes that nobody's ever heard before and they're still not allowed to hear. So it'd be like me and you have our own vinyls and they do.
Right. So we're also available.
Yeah, you can get us on Facebook at PGMcast and on Twitter at PGMcast.
And you can find us basically if you type in Not Another Fake Newscast or NAFNC onto pretty much any social media or any search engine. We're available on Spotify, we're available on iTunes, we're available everywhere. If you could leave us a review on any of the places where you get podcasts, that would also be amazing, because it drives traffic our way and it shows us your appreciation without you having to spend a thin dime. If, however, you do want to spend a thin dime, then you can contribute towards the progress of the show via Patreon. We are available at www.patreon.com/PGMcast.
We are indeed. I was wondering how you're going to get that there. We also have a give me money for a coffee thing, but I don't actually know what it's called or the link or anything like that.
Ko-fi or something like that. I think there's a wee button on our website if you want to do that too. That's like a one-off donation. And Patreon starts at $1 a month. So if you want to donate $1 a month towards what we do, then that would be massively appreciated.
We've got some pretty sexy t-shirts coming up as well, because we're going to have the Would You
the ones with the boobs cut out?
Well, no, I was thinking the Would You Bottle a Predator from the episode that I done in the Disaster Artists, and our good friend JJ is hopefully designing his hat, and I'm not even kidding, Jerry, I've not told you about this yet, Murder She Twote, so it's like Twitter, hashtag wasn't me.
Nice.
Her. Angela Lansbury.
Oh, Angela Lansbury.
Is it
right.
Angela Lansbury?
I was thinking Jamal Khashoggi, but
either or.
I mean, he was a he, obviously,
before
he was dismembered horrifically by the Saudi government, libel, drink, except definitely they did it.
I mean, no, they've already said now they've done it.
Oh yeah, no, but they didn't mean it. But it's great because the Turkish keep drip feeding They just
videos the cunts just like.
Well, they just keep waiting for them to say something, and then whatever they say, they're like, "Well, we'll disprove that with this piece of evidence," and then go, "All right, I'll change the story slightly. Actually, what happened was he did die in there, but we're still looking into how he did it." Or he wasn't in there, or he didn't die in there, or no, it wasn't anything to do with us, or it was a fight.
Oh, we don't know any of the guys.
It wasn't sanctioned by us. Oh well, we know that they phoned the Crown Prince's residence.
They flew there
times.
They flew there in the Crown Prince's plane, and it landed at 3 a.m. Oh, but it wasn't a planned murder. There's a guy standing at the front sharpening a bone saw.
So yeah, I'm liking. I'm not a big fan of Erdogan in general, but I'm quite appreciative of the fact that it happened in Turkey, because he doesn't seem to give a fuck and is not for backing down on this, and is just continually making Saudi Arabia and all of the people who are backing Saudi Arabia, which kind of includes our own government.
Did you just call Saudi Arabia her? Because I can imagine that is not what they call Saudi Arabia in Saudi Arabia.
But yeah, which essentially includes our own government and the US government. They're all being made to look a bit foolish every time Turkey releases a new piece of information.
I mean, of all the places they could have chosen in the entire world, Turkey don't give a fuck about Saudi Arabia. They don't give a fuck.
Well, I mean, yeah, turns out they don't seem to.
Essentially, they don't give a fuck about anyone. Turkey have got a very non-exclusive view in the entire world, where it's just like, it's no Turkey, so fuck them.
Make Turkey great again. The cranberry sauce campaign.
make Turkey for more than just 2 holidays again.
Anyway, so yeah, I mean, Turkey is quite a good, less fatty alternative to.
It's a lean meat. It's a lean meat, and I believe that there's just so you know, there's a fallacy surrounding it where it doesn't actually make you sleepy. That's not true.
Who said it did?
Oh my god! Have you never used the internet? So supposedly it's got like quinine. It's got something in it. It's got something. Something I might have just made up there. But it's got some random chemical in it that people presume makes you sleepy, and that's why people get sleepy at Christmas dinner and Thanksgiving. It's not
because they've been drinking since 9 in the morning and they've overeaten.
Gorge themselves in carbohydrates. which is that the reason that I'm always sleepy is because the same chemical is included in Buckfast Tonic Wenny pizza.
So that's hashtag fake news.
Well, I believe that it doesn't get you tired. They tested it on Mythbusters.
All right, okay. Sound. Well, I mean, why would they like this?
Because they're owned by Fox News. I don't know if that's true at all.
They're on Discovery. I don't know who owns Discovery. But look into that.
National Geographic is now owned by Rupert Murdoch.
Oh, cool.
That's why there's a really good episode that our friend Lauren's got, that if you read through it, it explains to you how North Korea's not that bad.
All right.
North Korea's not that bad. And global warming, maybe not a thing. I'm not even making this up.
On National Geographic.
I'm not even making this up.
Oh.
Like, it goes from across a period of episodes where, like, he
Is there one where they just, like, where they're, like, stalking through the undergrowth to look at birds with their tits out?
I mean...
Because that's a very Rupert Murdoch thing.
I mean, I'm not really making up that if you go through the sequence of events from where it was just
that sounded
normal...
really misogynistic. I mean, women with their breasts out, obviously.
I thought you meant, like, blue tits.
Yeah. I didn't know. I meant like page 3 models, basically.
Right. Well, I thought you meant blue tits. Which, you know, I was going to tell a joke here that would have absolutely disenfranchised 50% of Scotland. I know a pile of blue tits. No,
I think we're about to disenfranchise about 55% of Scotland. Potentially.
Give or take.
No, well, I mean, we will approach this episode with the same kind of hopefully non-biased view, which we try to approach all of our episodes.
I mean, I'll be honest, when I looked through numbers and stuff like that to do with where money and stuff was coming from, I approached it with looking at both sides.
Yeah, of course.
A bit of a spoiler, but it does get quite difficult because, like, one side are a lot more donating for national pride and the likes, or for a better country, and the other ones are donating from Westminster for the most part, and that's not as black and white as that, but it does kind of play out like that when you look at it, and unfortunately that's just based on the people, you know what I mean? I've got very little control over who was donating the money.
So we'll get to that in a bit. We'll kind of start at the beginning, which
1707, the signing of the Union of the Treaty.
We won't go
Union of the Treaty, the Treaty of the Union.
We'll not go back quite that far.
All right, okay. So after that,
I mean, so in modern times, the sort of question of devolution and independence and stuff in Scotland kind of got heightened in the 70s, and that led to Ted Heath's government commissioning the famous Macron report, which might not be famous to all of you. Now, bearing in mind, for any of our Scottish listeners, there might be some information in this episode which you are fully aware of, but we don't just have Scottish listeners, so we'll kind of go reasonably in depth to the history and to the 2014 thing before looking quite in depth at the current situation and where things could go from there.
And bearing in mind, for all our British listeners across the board, be them Scottish or English, what we're going to tell you here is not fucking opinion. Unless we say it's opinion, we will provide all our sources for this, and this isn't like we think this is a thing. We were only going to talk about the information that is actually available. So don't message us and say we are wrong because of a thing.
Or if we are actually wrong, just show us why we're wrong.
Yeah, but don't just message us and say you're wrong, because this happens, from time to time, and then generally speaking, people don't actually provide any sources and they just tell you you're wrong, and then the sources don't exist.
So Ted Heath's government in 1974 commissioned a guy called John Macron, I believe, but he wrote the Macron report. He was a civil servant working in the Conservative government, and he was asked to basically research Scotland's finances and the potential
the numbers
of North Sea oil. And the conclusion of the Macron report was essentially that Scotland, if it was to achieve independence, would become the richest nation in Europe. And Ted Heath's Conservative government promptly took that report and locked it in a safe, and it was only came to the light of the public in, I think, 2004, when it was released under Freedom of Information, after the period had elapsed, the 30 years or whatever.
Now that's the thing. I understand at that time as well that you didn't have quite the same input in things like Middle East oil and Russian oil, and the Scandinavian countries hadn't set up their oil funds and stuff like that. There wasn't as much oil getting pulled, and we had relatively accessible oil at that point.
Now, what I will say is that there's a video available, which I'll stick up on the website on YouTube, of Macron being interviewed by, I believe it was STV, around the time of the first, the only Scottish independence referendum in 2014. And he essentially says that it was perfectly normal and correct that his report should not have been made publicly available. It was done by the civil service. It was kept in-house. It was information.
It was an internal report.
Yeah, to be provided to the government, which is in the video, which I will post up, is kind of is kind of captioned with here's some information for the separatists and the nationalists, who are making this out some sort of big conspiracy. This is exactly what should have happened to this report, but they kind of missed the point that Scotland could have been a hugely successful independent nation, and there was a lot of money taken from the oil industry and taxes and everything else, which has been used to get us to where we are today as the UK. And the argument of a lot of people on the sort of nationalist, independence minded side would be that what was done with it, why are we not more prosperous now? Why don't we have an oil fund? Or why have we not used this the money that was brought in for the betterment of society, and why do we not keep it nationalised and tax oil companies highly? So if you look at, obviously, Norway as a model of that, they have hundreds of billions of worth of money in an oil fund for the entire country. Now, we know that Norway's a smaller country than Scotland. I
mean, there was other things as well. The problem that we had is at that time in the 70s, the UK as a whole didn't have the availability financially to invest in the production of the oil industry, so they leased out a lot of it in a way that was not particularly, in the grand scheme of things, beneficial in the same way that Norway achieved.
A lot of these things were not produced until the 80s. A lot of these fields and stuff were not produced until the 80s. However, when they were produced, a lot of them were initially British Oil owned.
Yeah.
The nationalised oil company. I've worked on some of these platforms myself personally, and seen
high quality.
Well, in their day they were, certainly. I mean, they've been there for 40 years or so now, so like we were on there doing upgrade work and doing subsea tiebacks and stuff and adding sort of new wells from further afield and stuff like that. But the important thing is they were nationalised. They were owned by the UK government. I think we can all guess who sold them off. I think we also, it's also worth stating that the Thatcher Tory governments used the money that was coming in from North Sea oil to give tax breaks to the people of the UK, especially the rich, because they used it to subsidise that and to make up the deficit and the shortfall there. So I would argue that it wasn't used that wisely. It certainly wasn't used in the interests of the people who you could argue have a geographic claim to it. If you're looking at Scotland and England and Wales and Northern Ireland as separate countries.
But you can also argue that it was used to create the good old days that you hear about when people were talking about, like, so when they were paying less tax and when there was less country debt and stuff, that's because it was coming from...
Thatcher is still looked at with misty-eyed fondness and appreciation by a certain segment of UK population.
That's because people had a good life under her, but the reason people had a good life under her is because of things like what we're talking about here, where they were...
and the selling off of the wholesale fire sale of much of the country's assets.
Of everything. Yeah.
So anyway, moving.
We should maybe talk about that some other time.
Yeah, we should probably.
I think so.
Moving forward, in 1979, off the back of the 1978 Scotland Bill.
Can I just say quickly about the McGrone report as well, that one of the other things that we have to take into account is that even though it was an internal document and standard practice is it doesn't get released to the public in a lot of cases, that kind of overlooks the fact that it seems to have been actively hidden. It seems to have been actively buried, rather than...
It's certainly been hidden on purpose, and there has certainly been statements made which are entirely contrary to the evidence which they had available.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to have been a buried report rather than a report that we didn't tell anyone about, as in, like, it would have been very hard if you'd done a freedom of information request on it for you to get that information, which in theory you should be able to get from any of the government agencies.
Yeah, I suppose in order to be able to put an FOI in, you need to be aware of the existence of said report.
Yeah.
So, like, for example, at the moment with the sort of Brexit, what were they called? The David Davis's department had commissioned those 50 odd sort of reports.
Oh, how shagged they were going to be on a scale of 1 to 50.
I can't remember exactly what they were called.
Neither can I remember what the term is for them, but I could find it if I could be bothered googling.
But the fact is, the government have chosen not to release them, and the Commons have been asking them to release them. There's been an argument it wouldn't be in the national interest because it might ruin our negotiating position, etc., etc. But people are aware that they are there. The difference,
which means that you can get a hold of them if you're willing to go through the fight.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, so in 1979 there was a devolution referendum in Scotland, which was kind of off the back of the 1978 Scotland Bill, which was put in place by, I believe, Callaghan's government. I need to check that. I think that's right, though. James Callaghan was the Labour MP, or Prime Minister at the time. And Scotland voted 52% in favour of devolution and in favour of a Scottish Parliament in the vote. But an amendment which was made by a Scottish-born MP who lived in London at the time to the bill that was passed to enact a referendum meant that over 40% of the population of Scotland had to vote in favour of devolution in order for it to be enacted.
But devolution means devolution. There was 52% voted for it, Jerry.
52% of the people who voted, but it wasn't 40% of the electorate as a whole.
No, but there was 52% of the vote, and devolution means devolution. Hard devolution. That was what they were voting for.
Interestingly, there was a lot of controversy following this vote on the part of people who were kind of pro devolution. They were looking into how they believed that the numbers of the electorate had been massaged, how people, that basically the electoral register was out of date and included a lot of dead people and all of this sort of stuff. However, essentially it stood. There was no proof that there had been any wrongdoing. You can go. I'll stick some articles up, and you can have a look at how the sort of numbers play out and how they worked out what the percentage of the population that were eligible to vote was. But 40% of the populace in general did not vote in favour of devolution, so it didn't happen.
But I mean, off the top of my head, I can't quite remember, but I thought the way it works out with numbers, it does in fact mean that there would have been more people eligible to vote in Scotland than there would have been eligible to vote in Scotland. Like, essentially there was, as you were saying, like dead people not being struck from the register, and people, so it made it more difficult to achieve. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it couldn't have been really achievable with much ease anyway.
I know that in the Scottish devolution referendum in 1997, which 74.3% of the people who voted in favour of devolution, it was still less than 40% of the total population of Scotland, and I believe less than 40% of the total electorate of Scotland. It would be interesting, I haven't actually crunched it, it just popped into my head, but it would be interesting to see what percentage of the electorate voted in favour of Brexit. It may be, I mean, it was definitely less than half of the eligible people to vote.
I thought it was the largest turnout that we've ever seen before ever. I'm sure I've been told this on numerous occasions. I've used the internet once or twice, and that's genuinely what they say. Yeah,
but anyway, whatever happened. And in 1997, there was another devolution referendum, which, as I've said, was voted yes by 74.3%. So this was again under Labour, and I think Labour, it's fair to say, saw this as a way of A, killing the independence argument, and B, getting the majority of Scotland on side. I mean, Labour already had. I mean,
that's what I was going to say. Like, the reason all they're doing is making sure that they're keeping Scotland sweet at that point. I mean, at this point in history, in both occasions, these points in history, Labour and Scotland were one and the same thing. Certainly down the east coast, across the middle, and you know what I mean, like pretty much anywhere there was production. So Dundee, Aberdeen, and then right across the middle, maybe bits of Edinburgh that weren't quite, but as a whole they were all Labour, because that's where the production of coal and stuff, always at round about the borders, for those who aren't Scottish, for those who don't really know much about Scotland, and for those who aren't even British, round about the borders you usually find more Tory voters, because there's a lot more landowners, farmers, and kind of established.
But essentially, if you look at every general election since 1955 up until fairly recently, actually post the 2014 referendum, so between 1955 and 2014, Labour had the majority of MPs in Scotland for that entire time. They were a shoe-in to win in Scotland always. So they essentially probably looked at it with the opinion that we will be in charge of this devolved Scottish Parliament.
It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't make any difference. Yeah.
And it'll also quell the thirst for Scottish independence, and it will shut the nationalists up, and it will hopefully kill that entire argument.
A bit of foreboding. Little did they know, they absolutely fucked that one.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it only seems to have increased the idea of a Scottish national identity, and given people belief in the possibility of Scottish independence, certainly a section of the population anyway. So, interestingly, you'll, Paul, I imagine, be aware of the kind of trope that basically Tony Blair's government stole a section of the Scottish coastal waters during their time in power. Was that something that you saw as a sort of meme and what have you?
Oh, well, pre-meme.
2014 though, Indy Ref, like that was one of the things that was flying about, right?
That was a glass that was flying about. But yes, it wasn't.
There's no need to glass me. I've just tell the truth, Paul.
Listen. The truth is totally objective. I'm not here for fucking experts. Was that no? No, it was Brexit. Never mind. Sorry. It was one
Michael Gove said we're sicky experts.
Yeah.
He is, because they keep telling him he's wrong.
Because he is. Yeah, I do know what you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah, right. So essentially, it's kind of hard to explain via the medium of my fucking gravelly voice, but essentially, it used to be the case that sort of pre-1999, the Scottish English water border and the coastal border came out at a perpendicular angle directly from the land border at Berwick, and went straight out there. And just prior to the opening of the Scottish Parliament, Tony Blair's government passed the Scottish Adjacent Water Boundaries Order 1999, in which they essentially...
They had fucking great names for their
orders. Yeah. Descriptive, though. Essentially what happened was they curved that border upwards, so it now sits at around Carnoustie and St Andrews, and essentially the English Parliament, the Westminster UK Parliament, in inverted commas, stole 6,000 square kilometres of coastal water, which previously was under Scottish jurisdiction, so would have been under our jurisdiction for fishing, for oil, etc., etc. So there's a Craig Murray article, which I'll post up on the links.
Does it not give them entrance into the Forth though?
It kind of it's because of the Forth.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. But because you've got the naval bases in the Forth, right? Perhaps. I mean, you absolutely definitely do, because I drive by it every single day in the way.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It does mean that they are now. Well, does it not? It kind of. So it goes up, but it doesn't give them
entrance to the Forth.
Yeah.
I thought it did. So I thought it was at just at the other side of the Forth.
They're the boundary of the border is quite far west of there, but it goes up that far, but it doesn't go that far in towards Scotland.
All right. See, I always thought it was because, like I said, there's a naval base.
Use your powers of visualization, kids. There's
a very well known naval base just to the left hand side of the bridges.
Yeah,
it does a lot of the
Rosyth.
Oh, right, yes, oddly enough. I mean, I was just doing this for people who don't know. Oh, the South Pole you'll be talking about, you know what I mean? But they do a lot of the refurb work, not only on the... I'll tell you a funny story. But not only do they do the tracking systems for the submarines, for the missile systems.
Trident.
For the missile systems, not actually for...
not for the nuclear missile system.
Yeah.
Just the Kelly missile
Just the Kelly missile
not
systems.
Not the Super Kelly missile systems.
We had family connections to that, by the way. But anyway... Not the Kelly systems, but the systems that fix the Kelly systems. But on top of that, see when they built the most recent aircraft hangar,
right?
The aircraft carrier. Sorry,
I was going to say,
well, those words don't make any in the boat yard.
No, but it's all right, because they're going to be building loads of them, because we were promised that.
We see. You say they're going to be building loads of them, but you know that when they built it in Rosyth, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's only twice a year that it's able to get under the bridges.
What, because of the tides?
Because of the tides, and because of the light. Because so people know further than this, you have the 3 bridges that are there now, and you could fucking get
3 bridges. 3
bitches.
3 bridges built in 3 different centuries.
Yeah, and then the problem with that though is that the one that was built
one
the earliest, one of them's old as a motherfucker, and was never built for big ass boats. So you can't get the modern.
I like big boats and getting that line.
But you can't get the modern aircraft carriers out underneath that, apart from twice a year. So you have to the boat has to be ready in time for the tide to hit the right level.
Seems like a stupid place to build those boats.
So you can squeeze it out, and then when it gets out of the other side, you then have to finish the construction somewhere else, because you can't finish it there because it's you can't get underneath that bridge. That was a construction decision. That was a decision.
Interestingly enough, my father worked on the construction of the Captain platform, which is in the North Sea, was owned by Chevron. I think they still probably own it, but it was built in Methil Yard in Fife.
Methil no more.
Methil no more. But I mean, I've worked on a couple of things that have been built there, so it is more.
Methil more. Doesn't really work the same way. But the Proclaimers
doesn't
talk
scan
about
as well. But yeah, it famously hit the Erskine Bridge on the way past, because some cunt hadn't done their fucking maths properly.
Well, pretty much there was a lot of questions when they took that last aircraft carrier out, that if they had got that wrong, there would have been a lot of broken aircraft carrier and old bridge everywhere. And
But also, like, it means your deadline's fucking concrete.
well, that's
really.
it. So this is the problem that they had. Like, it's not like they had to be finished a week before.
And I don't know if you know shipyard contractors, but being on time is not their main goal.
Fuck, I will go further than that. I don't know if you've ever met any cunt for the Kingdom of Fife. Right? But being on time is not their goal either.
Yeah. Anyway, so
Your mate's going to messages about me having a dig at Fife again, isn't he?
which one? I have lots of Fifey mates.
We need to fix that.
Oh, you mean Bobby?
Who gives me grief
Or
all the
Grum.
time? Well, Grum, it's Grum that keeps on giving me grief on every time that I mention it. Like, it's brutal.
Anyway, so Craig Murray had an article on his website back in 2012 about this maritime boundary and a little picture explaining what had happened and how it had been stolen and blah 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 blah. There were then some articles written debunking the idea that this had been stolen and sort of explaining how this was entirely normal. It was a median line boundary, basically, which is how official coastal borders are made. So it was kind of a hashtag fake news fucking thing going on there. Craig Murray had been spouting a lot of shite. However, Craig Murray then debunked the debunking by explaining how...
So much debunking going on.
I know. And I'll put the 3Ds up and you can look at it and make your mind up yourself, because I was kind of... I was swayed one way than the other, then kind of back again, I think.
Were you on the sea while this is happening?
So essentially, like, Craig Murray in the final article explains how, well, he has been involved at the highest level negotiating maritime boundaries on behalf I know
What a fucking outlandish claim. Like, I'm not saying it's not true.
I mean,
it's just like I've been involved in negotiating space missile spaces.
I know that he obviously did work quite heavily in the civil service and for the Foreign Office and stuff like that.
Thing is, I'm not actually. I'm not saying that he wasn't, but just like it seems like an absurdly convenient, outlandish claim that realistically nobody, unless they're 100% certain they know what they're talking about, is going to try and disprove. Because what if he is being honest? What if he has been involved in the highest level of maritime coastline fucking decisions and boundary markings?
Well, essentially, he's basically saying that because of the indents that you were talking about into like the Firth of Forth and the Lothian coastline and stuff like that, what would be normal is to just draw a straight line across that, and that actually counts as land. He says that I am a former head of the maritime section of the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, and I've actually negotiated maritime boundaries for the UK in real life. These things are very
obviously
much...
not those ones.
No.
Sorry, fucked it.
These things are very much a negotiation, which infuriates the academics who like to believe they are issues of pure geometry. He says there are two other points worth considering. One, the UK has never claimed that international boundaries are a matter of pure geometry. Its boundaries are always officially characterised as a modified, in bold, median line to acknowledge the give and take of negotiation. And number two, the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea does not mandate that the boundary has to be a median line. Other factors may be taken into account, including historical jurisdiction. This is a major further argument in Scotland's favour. So he's basically saying that if, in the event of independence, he believes that new maritime border, which was put in into pass in 1999, is negotiable and should be negotiated against. However, the reason that I actually brought this up was to demonstrate two things. One, that this is one of those little things that a lot of Scottish people have, like Scottish people on the independence argument, feel that they have a bit of a grievance about, and it's an extremely popular kind of trope and meme that, you know, Scotland's coast was taken away from us in order for Westminster and the rest of the UK to encroach on our oil and gas in the event of independence.
Was it no fishing grounds and actual dams?
And fishing grounds, yeah. Because there's actually not that much oil.
I was going to say that's the reason I'm mentioning that.
There are potentially unexplored fields there, though, but they're in areas which there's a lot of traffic.
There's a reason they're potentially unexplored.
Yeah, and deep and stuff like that.
They're all sitting
The second reason I brought it up was in order to illustrate that there was an element of forward planning by the Labour government, in the sense that, well, this could very well lead to independence at some point in the future. So before they start out on this journey, let's get this written into law as a sort of protection for the future.
I mean, I would also argue that there's a further part for me from the Scottish independence crowd, which is, it's the least of your fucking worries. Like, in the grand scheme of things, see, telling me that the fucking coastline get drawn a bit skew if fucking to a point that in the grand scheme of things doesn't hugely impact Scotland, like the issues that we're talking about when we're talking about independence. It's like, this is a prime example of getting people's back up to fucking focus on the wrong things, you know what I mean?
Well, look at it for this perspective though as well. In terms of our negotiations with Brexit and the common fisheries policy, blah 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 blah. If Scotland was becoming independent, it means that the UK still has just basically taken a large swathe of coastline, which they still have to negotiate with the EU. Obviously, they're leaving, so that's not so much an issue, but in 1999, they had no way of knowing that. Secondly, as we are now, I don't believe this was the case initially, but as we are now, Scotland has control of their own fisheries policies and agriculture in general, but they would have had more had the coastal border been kept as it was.
I know, I get that, but what my whole point is tomorrow they're just like, you can get independence, and just like, you have to give back that bit of fucking water first. I mean, it's no, like, what I mean is, it's not actually an issue. Like, I get that it maybe can be perceived as an issue, but it's not going to make or break a decision by any manner of means.
No, certainly not. I don't think that's kind of not the point I was making. The point I was making is it's one of those little things which are built up into a sort of larger grievance that some people on the Scottish side have. It's
the larger grievance that's what I mean is the problem. That, see, a lot of people focus
the feeling of being oppressed in some way.
And the thing is, I'm not necessarily. I mean, like, you know where I stand with a lot of these things. You know what I mean? Like, but I would argue that the problem is there is a whole load of people that make any argument or fight very, very difficult, because what they do is they focus on a pile of these small grievances, and it's like, right, but that's not how you move. Like, imagine, right, so you work in actual business, right? So imagine you sit down and you're in a room and they're just like, that we're going to move forward with this project, and just like, but you know, you said the other day that we were going to get an extra fucking half-day holiday, and if you can't guarantee that we're going to get an extra half-day holiday, then we're not going to be able to do the work. And it's just like, we really have to move forward with this project. Let's move forward with the project. You've been dying for us to move forward with the project. Nobody's getting paid until this project moves forward. Well, if you don't give that extra half-day holiday, then I'm not going to. I mean, like, if you weren't getting paid, you would just start fucking working for the most part. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's a bad attitude as well.
No, but
yeah, fucking scab.
What I'm saying is if the opportunity comes up for Scottish independence and people are getting people's back up about the most fucking pointless of things, no. I would argue it would be different. See if we were talking about one of the major oil fields, or see if we were talking about the actual north of Aberdeen, where the big prolific fishing grounds are and stuff like that. Like, I would argue in those cases, then yes, you've got an argument here. But when you're talking about a Bohier North, a fucking Edinburgh, in the grand scheme of things, like, it's the least of their fucking worries.
St Andrews and Carnoustie. But I mean, Paul, I would say to you that it might not seem like a big deal right now, but you're in the event that there was independence, I think that border is certainly worth negotiating, and I'll tell you for why. I don't think it's in any way the most important thing.
Fuck it, scrap it, lads. No independence. They're not going to give us back fucking 12 years of fucking water next to the Forth.
I don't think it's the most important thing on the agenda. However, you need to be looking at this as a potential this has a potential to be something that's in place for like 500 years plus. You know what I mean? So you need to look at it from a strategic point of view in terms of potential defence. You need to look at it for the point of view of potential resources for things that we don't even know fucking exist yet. You know what I mean?
I know, but think about this, right? See, when we're entering into these conversations, and I know we're going to cover this at some other point in the fucking episode, but when we step into a conversation where you're actually then negotiating things, right? We have on the fucking 4th the Rosyth Naval Base. At the other side of the country, we have Faslane Naval Base, right? There is always...
So hold that thought.
Yeah, but on that, my whole point is we have... There's a lot of negotiation there that means that, see, worrying about it, see, having it as a sticking point, see, even as a talking point right now, like, it doesn't make a fucking iota of difference, and it just gets people's back up. Like, essentially, you're telling...
I think it was a useful tool at the time for inflaming people's ire.
Maybe, but I think what it does is it has the negative effect at the other side, which means that when you... Essentially, if you tell...
Well, these stupid separatist nationalist cunts fucking getting bothered about fucking a wee bit of sea.
Aye, man. And the thing is, at the end of the day, and something that we will talk about again later on is, see, in Scotland, when you're trying to get funding for like a Yes campaign, you've got the people in Scotland essentially to get the money off. See, when you're trying to get funding from people in the No campaign, you've got... And then you've got fucking 45 million pissed off English people you can ask for cash. Do you know what I mean? Like, so... claiming that English people are stealing shit off us for like when it's so irrelevant to the bigger picture, so irrelevant, and then all it does is gets everybody's back up. It causes problems. You then have pro-unionists just like, they're trying to say that fucking Britain are stealing everything off us, and I think that I've got an incredibly good life. You do live in Kilmarnock, you don't have that good life. But, you know what I mean? But like, I hear what you're saying, but like, it's just like it's a total non-problem in the grand scheme of fucking issues that we've got here. Do you know what I mean?
So, 1997, we voted for devolution. We also voted for tax powers. In terms of
worst superhero.
We voted for the ability to raise or lower the rate of income tax in Scotland by a penny in the pound.
Should probably do that with land tax.
It was never used. We'll get on to land tax later. So, the sort of Scottish Parliament itself went fairly well. Labour got in a coalition government with the Liberal Democrats first time around, which was a blessing very much so to the people of Scotland, as Jim Wallace became the Deputy First Minister as the Liberal Democrat leader, and part of the negotiation for a coalition was a refusal to budge on tuition fees, which is why we still at this stage don't have tuition fees in Scotland.
The Liberal Democrats, just as a side note, they're one of the largest donators to the No campaign. Just 180,000. Just, you know.
Yeah. So, you know, Nick Clegg, that's what you should have done, boy.
What, you should have went to Facebook?
No, yeah.
Wallace should have went to Facebook. Is that what
was
you're saying?
Fucking mental, wasn't it?
And he says he doesn't even fucking like Facebook. Like, it's literally quoted just like Facebook's a pile of fucking mad tips or shit or something like that.
It's essentially just doing what politicians like hope is going to happen to them. They're going to leave politics and go into a well-paid job in the private sector, consulting to private firms on how to successfully lobby.
No, somebody I was talking to the other day was saying how it's actually the best bit of business Facebook have ever done because
they've now got somebody else to hate.
No, because
here's the guy you hate now.
No, it's because Nick Clegg can go out and say something and people just don't care what he's fucking saying and ignore it anyway. So it's just like they can just be like, "Oh, we've lost all your data," and he's just like, "What did they say? I don't know, something with data or some shit like that," and just fucking ignore him.
I just like the idea that Facebook are like, this guy's just trustworthy. People just look at him. People are going to believe everything he says. I don't know if you're aware of his political history.
If you look at his history. On the upside, though, there's going to be a coalition government between Facebook and Google shortly, where they're just going to bow down to everything that fucking Google's saying, go back in all their fucking word.
Oh, was that a computer pun?
No, it was a Liberal Democrat Conservative coalition pun.
Right. So in 2014, then. Well, I mean, we've kind of skipped the fact that the SNP took control of the Scottish Parliament fairly quickly and have been there for 11 years now, I believe, in power in the Scottish Parliament.
About a month, yeah.
Since 2007.
I was doing math there.
And 2014 was the eventual Scottish independence referendum, the famous one, and it was lost.
And the only one.
It was lost to the yes side and won by the no side. 55% of people in Scotland voted no.
That was the most confusing way you could have said that. It was won to the yes side and lost by the no. It was won.
It was lost by the yes side and won by the no side.
There was like that's not how people talk.
I mean, essentially, what I went to say there was we lost, but I realised how biased that sounded.
That doesn't sound very non-partisan.
Yeah, so I sort of switched it up.
So yeah, so the no vote won.
Yes.
No.
Interestingly, though, the only four areas of Scotland which voted majority yes were the four most underprivileged parts of Scotland.
Were my four favourite places to go in Scotland.
So that was Dundee Council, Glasgow Council, West Dumbarton Council, and North Lanarkshire Council, which is where we are right now.
So us in Glasgow, and Dundee, I suppose.
Oh, and Dundee's a city, yes, man. I think they voted in the largest numbers, yes. So they're all right by me. Although every time I go out in Dundee, somebody punches me in the face. I might just have a punchable face. It's been said before.
Don't know, man. Nothing against people in Dundee for the most part, but like most times that I'm in Dundee, they call roundabout circles. It's upsetting.
It's a bit literal, isn't it?
It's really upsetting. Like I find it very upsetting.
So a couple of things happened during 2014. There was
the Great Ninja Attack of 2014. It was brutal.
During the referendum campaign, there was some sort of famous bits of misinformation. One of them being the sort of Nick Robinson interview with Alex Salmond, which we'll post a video about that up. We've spoke about it in the podcast before. I think most people will be familiar with it.
I don't know.
It wasn't an interview, it was a question during the press conference, but it was completely misrepresented by BBC on the 6 o'clock news. Completely.
Well, the BBC, so I think it's reasonable to take a moment out for 2 seconds and talk to you about our sponsor, the BBC. No, talk to you about the fact that you are probably all more than aware that me and Jerry are less than enamoured by the BBC. They regularly operate with very mouthpiece.
I still think they're probably the best online news source in the UK.
At times they are, but if you look at ways that, and like I said, so a bit off topic here, but if you look at the ways they report things like some shit that's happening in Saudi at the present moment, or the way that they've reported stuff that's happening in Yemen at the present moment and stuff like that, they have a very mouthpiece of the current government. I mean, what I will say is they seem to always be the mouthpiece of the current government, as in they are the propaganda wing of Whitehall rather than any particular government.
And the reason for that is quite clear, though, is because that government controls whether they exist or not, what their funding is and all of that stuff. So
I'm not saying that they shouldn't be, but what I'm saying is you have to be aware that they are.
They're not supposed to be.
No, but I'm saying that you have to be aware that they are. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? Essentially, they're paying their wages.
In the same way that you have to be aware of the sort of sources of funding and the bias in any media source, including ourselves. Right?
Yeah. That's why, listen, there is very rarely a time when me and Jerry are going to be like punting watches and lingerie and shit like that in the real world. But we'll find ourselves doing that from time to time because...
Which brings us on to our sponsor, Holzkorn. www.holzkorn.com/en. They make watches from things. They're nice. You put them on your wrist, they tell the time. I have one. Paul has one. We like them. You can buy them there.
We actually have another watch sponsor coming up.
They're Austrian, they're not German. I always say they're fucking German.
We have another watch sponsor coming up, and we also have a lingerie sponsor coming up. I'm not even kidding. Like a mail order one.
Paul's wearing the lingerie right now, and I must say, it is delightful.
Yeah, I look good.
The hairy nipples I could do without.
The thing is, they're stick on.
I wondered why you had 5.
I like to look like a sexy pig lady.
Sexy pig lady.
Like Miss Piggy. Anyway, what I was actually going off on one way there is just like to say that, like, we're no fan of the BBC for the most part. Like, they are very biased, and we think that we regularly point out they're quite corrupt, and they have a lot of affiliations at top level to HSBC and BAE Systems and the Saudis and stuff like that. And you know what I mean? There's a lot of connections there. But taking all of that aside and removing our bias for a second, during the independence referendum, they were biased as a motherfucker. I mean,
it was my point of awakening really as to how incredibly biased the BBC was during the independence referendum, because I was the most politically engaged I'd ever been.
We also had a very fortunate sequence of events. Like, for example, we could see on the television the BBC at supporters of no rally, and there could be a group of people all standing with posters, and they're all there.
It looked
and
like it was busy.
I'm down at the Clyde side. I'm down in front of Buchanan Street here. I don't know if that works logistically. Let me think. No, give or take. I'm the other side of St Enoch Centre, just by Jamaica Street. It seems very specific for this BBC report, but that's where I am. And I'm there with these people, and it looks like there's a big group of people. But then our friends are in the flat above them, posting photographs from the top down, and there's like 3 people deep of people, and there is in fact no one else there. And
there's
essentially,
25 folk there, basically.
Yeah, what looks like hundreds of people at a protest is in fact like 25, 30 people standing, and it's shot in such a way to make it look like there's lots of people. Now, we got to see that in real time because we were fortunate enough to know. Essentially, you had 2 battlegrounds for the most part of the debates, and that was Edinburgh and Glasgow. I used to live in Glasgow. Jerry used to live in Edinburgh. Because of that, they are our haunts, if you will. Do you know what I mean? They're the places that we know lots of people. So that means that we were being presented information from all angles in real time. So we were able to see what the BBC were presenting, but then also actually see the real information at the real time. And that's incredibly eye-opening. Very rarely do you see that. You take for granted when you see the BBC reporting about certain thing that's happening around the world, protests that's happening around the world, stuff that's happening in London, stuff that's happening in Paris, and you will see those videos and you will just presume that what you're seeing and what you're being presented is true. But we were fortunate enough to be in a situation where we could see that there was absolute bias at play. Absolute bias at play. I mean, there was so much bias at play that you then had hundreds of people outside the BBC offices in Glasgow protesting, and they didn't fucking report on that either.
Yeah. I would say that, like, you know, to be fair to the BBC, they have a legal obligation during referenda and elections to show both sides of the story. So they
as long as you present it ethically.
Yeah, like I get there were problems. I'm not gonna lie. There are problems, massive problems with the way that they covered it. But just in terms of like showing, okay, like they showed a lot of Scottish independence rallies, which we know were much larger in number than, you know, sort of no voter, but it was a more positive movement. It was like an easier thing to sort of get.
Oh, yes is much more positive than no.
Exactly. So it was easier for people to get caught up in it, and I think it was more at the time. It was certainly a much more inclusive ideal than the ideal of no and the ideal of, you know, the Union and the British flag and everything else.
That's it. I mean,
we were openly welcoming all comers to Scotland, as you know, come and join us. We were openly pro-immigration. We were openly pro-equality.
Yes, we can be better, and not no, we can't survive without Westminster, which is a very difficult.
But because of that, what was called a silent majority. Like, so obviously in the referendum, the majority of people voted no, but they weren't the type of people who were going to go out in the streets and campaign about it.
It's because they were all over the age of 50,
right? Whereas the people who were pro-independence were much more inclined to do that. That means that from a visual medium point of view, the BBC are a bit of a quandary because they have to be balanced. So they have to show, well, here's the independence march, here's a no, you know, protest or whatever, or a gathering,
a no test.
So a bunch of knobbags.
Well, see, I was waiting to use that later on, but I was going to get there later on.
So essentially, you know,
but the problem is, I would argue that that's not what they done. I would argue that what they done was,
but they had to put those people on screen.
Oh no, but I don't say there's no point. I mean, you know where I stood all the way through it. There's no point in I'm saying that they shouldn't. But what I'm saying is unfortunately the BBC were caught not actually producing the facts, but they were producing a biased narrative, and that's where the problem was. Yeah. They were caught saying, look, it's so busy here, when what they should have been doing and what that would have actually have shown the general public was that there was 6,000 people out in the street for the yes, but there was only 30 people flat out in the street for no, but instead they present it in such a way as there was equal amounts of people fighting in the streets for...
I mean, the clue's in the name. It's a British Broadcasting Corporation, so that, like, how dangerous would it have been?
I thought it was biased broadcasting.
How dangerous would it have been for the BBC to push lots of stories saying there's only 30 folk here supporting no, and everybody's out in the street supporting yes? Like, realistically, that's the sort of thing which could have turned the tide, right?
But that's exactly it. But the problem is that then means that the BBC are not
being factually accurate
or non-partisan. They're not producing news at that point. They're producing a narrative. That's not the same thing. So that means that you can't then use them for your news source, because you can't use them for your news source because you can't trust that they're not presenting a narrative to you, and then they're no any different from tabloid newspapers or Fox News.
Yeah, no, I do agree. And I will post up a video which shows exactly what happened in the questioning of Alex Salmond by Nick Robinson, in which he asked him a very specific question. Alex Salmond gives roughly a 5 or 6 minute answer in which he answers all his points. It was about 3 days before the referendum, and he was discussing specifically a question which was posed to him about a statement made by one of the major banks, I believe it was Lloyds or RBS, about moving headquarters. He answered it well, and he got clapped by the international media, and it was an international media conference. BBC had lots of opportunities to question Alex Salmond. It was, it was a lot of foreign correspondents which were there. Nick Robinson asked a question, Alex Salmond answered it, and on the news that night on the BBC, Nick Robinson says all that was shown on the TV was Nick Robinson asking the question, and then Alex Salmond going, Alex Salmond sort of standing there, and then it cuts to Nick Robinson going, he didn't answer, and it didn't even show Alex Salmond speaking at all. Now,
when he did in fact answer.
And I was offshore at the time. I was working with a lot of English guys. One guy in particular who I'm quite friendly with, who was my boss, who was very anti the idea of Scottish independence. We used to kind of banter about it quite a lot. But he watched the press conference with me because I was sitting watching it. And he then also, I was sharing a room with him at the time. We were watching the 6 o'clock news when it came on. And even he was like, pashing himself laughing, going, fucking hell, man, that's mental. Like, we watched that. We saw him answer. I was like, I know, right? I was like, do you see what I'm saying now? Because I'd obviously be going on to him about, BBC aren't really fucking telling the truth in a lot of their reporting. And he was like, fuck, I can't believe they would do that. But then he just thought it was funny. He was like, he's just going to lose, isn't he? Basically. So
you're going to lose when you had the entire power of the BBC behind the other side of the...
Anyway, we have quite a lot to get through, so we'll move on to one of the other things which kind of came out, something which was maybe considered crucial in the 2014 referendum, which would be the vow. So the vow. Do you want to explain exactly what happened with the vow, Paul, in terms of the folk rushing up for Westminster and all that kind of stuff?
No, man. Feel free to go for it, because I know you've got it written down in front of you in actual terms.
No. So like basically, it was like the day before the referendum, pretty much, or 2 days before. Funnily enough, directly after a YouGov poll had been the first poll to predict that the yes vote was ahead, David Cameron, Nick Clegg and Ed Miliband rushed up to Scotland all on the same day together. And
in the one car, driving really fast. I think they got a speeding ticket, I'm not going to be sure.
And appeared on the front page of the most popular tabloid newspaper in Scotland, the Daily Record. With what?
Most popular tabloid newspaper in the west of Scotland.
Oh, that's the biggest selling in Scotland, I believe.
I know, but I think probably most of that is in the west of Scotland. Like, I'm relatively confident.
So it was called, the front page of the paper, and again, this will be posted up, just says the vow. It says, the people of Scotland want to know that all 3 main parties will deliver change for Scotland. We are agreed that the Scottish Parliament is permanent, and extensive new powers for the Parliament will be delivered by the process and to the timetable agreed and announced by our 3 parties starting on 19th September.
See, this is why I told you to read it out, because I knew you had the exact numbers and stuff. Like, how was I going to possibly pull that off the top of my head? Like, fucking something about the 19th. Like,
I just meant in terms of who came up and all that.
All right, cool.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, before you touch on the rest of it, the long and short of it is, a pile of promises were made to the Scottish people.
Well, I mean, were they though? Because this is interesting because during
a pile of
right.
promises were suggested that they were made to
yeah.
the Scottish people. There was a suggestion that no matter what the outcome of the vote, be it pro or negative, Scotland wouldn't find themselves in a particularly negative place because there is a pile of pro stuff that will happen at the other side of it.
Yeah, if you vote no, we are going to give you lots of new
positives.
Shit.
You'll get like a fucking party hat and a fucking different skin for your fucking Borderlands character and shit like that. They're just offering a pile of mad shit that didn't mean anything, and in some cases they had absolutely no fucking intention of giving us at all.
Ed Miliband will look at your cock like it's a bacon sandwich.
It's just like, I'll bring you chips round to your house and I'll tuck your gran in at night and other mad shit that didn't fucking mean anything. Yeah, I bet you're going to break it now all down.
Well, I'm interested. I'm interested in breaking down that last sentence really specifically. Right, the Parliament. Extensive new powers.
Parliament, so sorry.
Extensive new powers for the Parliament will be delivered by the process and to the timetable agreed and announced by our three parties, starting on the 19th of September, which is the date after the referendum. Right?
Also, the actual sentence means so very little.
Yeah, nothing.
We'll sit around and we might talk about a thing that we may discuss and we may come to an agreement of, and we'll come to an agreement after you have made the vote. Then we'll tell you something that might be a thing. Cheers for that. Thanks, guys.
It goes on, and it is our hope that the people of Scotland will be engaged directly as each party works to improve the way we are governed in the UK in the years ahead. We agree that the UK exists to ensure opportunity and security for all by sharing our resources equitably across all four nations to secure the defence, prosperity and welfare of every citizen.
Little did they know they were going to absolutely shag that 2 years later, and now there's only going to be England and Wales. Fuck that with the vow.
And because of the continuation of the Barnett allocation for resources and the powers of the Scottish Parliament to raise revenue, we can state categorically that the first say on how much is spent on the NHS will be a matter for the Scottish Parliament. Not true.
Apart from 305 million that's gone to fucking Europe, or whatever, 350 million that's gone to Europe a week.
We believe that the arguments that so powerfully... Why can I not fucking read this?
It's because it's written by a fucking gobshite. Right. It's a pile of bollocks.
Do you know what it is? It's because I'm only reading it with my bad eye. We believe that the arguments...
What eye's your bad eye? Your left eye?
Mm-hmm.
Same as me.
Well, maybe it's genetics.
That's because of cousins.
We believe that the arguments are so powerfully made. I'm now looking at it with my right eye. Stop making me laugh.
Well, we have to do it. Like, one time we'll do an episode of webcam, right? So you can watch us doing it live. You can see what happens when we're actually doing this. All the mystique will be lost.
We believe that the arguments that so powerfully make the case for staying together in the UK should underpin our future as a country. We will honour those principles and values not only before the referendum, but after. People want to see change. A no vote will deliver faster, safer and better change than separation. And there's pictures of the three the cunts.
I mean,
and they've signed it.
First and foremost, you have to take into account that a no vote definitely wouldn't have produced faster change. I mean, there is certainly no doubt that a yes vote would have. I mean, I'm not saying it would have been across the board better change, but definitely there'd be much faster change because things would have got changed really quickly.
Yeah, because we'd have declared independence.
So that is the leader of the Lib Dems, leader of Labour, and leader of Tory up high-fiving each other and all signing paper, right?
Yeah. I mean, the problem with that, I suppose, looking back, is that obviously
I don't
politics.
Fuck what the Lib Dems think.
True, but they were in government at the time in a coalition.
Were they in the coalition then?
Yeah. 2015 was the general election that got shot in them.
So it was, yeah.
But also the fluidity of politics means that 4 years later, none of those motherfuckers have got anything to do with anything. Ed Miliband has a radio show. David Cameron's away fucking sunning himself in one of his tax havens.
And Nick Clegg works for Facebook.
Who would have predicted that?
Miliband on the radio, Nick Clegg on social media. Essentially,
Miliband on the radio sounds like an emo band, doesn't it?
Hi, we're Miliband on the radio. I'm going to play a new song now. It's called Clegg at Facebook.
It's called We Love Bacon Sandwiches. So
Andy's a Jewish guy. Just saying.
We spoke about that quite a bit recently.
I know, but did we talk about
Well,
it on
I
an
think
episode, or
we're-
did we have a conversation about it off air?
No, we've talked about it on the episode, I think, perhaps, not sure. I think we did on the roundup, the last roundup. So basically, the things that were promised were the Scottish Parliament would be permanent. There would be new devolved powers, and that the Barnett formula would continue. Those were the three things which were definitely promised.
So of that vow, right, the Scottish Parliament being permanent was a thing that nobody was fucking questioning throughout any of this.
Why are you saying that, James?
To be honest, it sounds like a threat. Right? Of the other ones, the Barnett formula can get to fuck, right? So that only leaves will give you more powers, which
the Barnett formula, I'm not sure there's a better way to do it, but the problem with the Barnett formula is that you're just getting a percentage pro rata of what they're spending on everybody else. So if they're cutting across the board everywhere else, then our budget's cut like fuck as well.
That's what I mean. Like, I'm not saying that there is a better way of doing it, but what I'm saying is using it as a bargaining chip is like, just like, well, we can give you quite possibly a shitty deal. Aye, cheers, guys. And we're not going to get rid of your parliament, so don't worry about that. Sounds like a threat. And we're going to give you other powers. What powers? You know, other ones. When are you going to decide? The day after you vote. Who's going to decide? Us. And when are you going to decide it? After you vote it. And then we're going to write it in a bit of paper. We promise we'll give you them. What the fuck is this? This is...
There was they had the Smith Commission basically, and then like in about 2018 or so, about 2017 or 2016, they enacted these new powers, right? And I'll stick a whole bunch of articles up on the website, but essentially, all the articles I have are experts saying, well, the Barnett, the vow has been delivered by the Smith Commission. They're basically essentially all saying that it's been delivered because it was incredibly fucking woolly and vague in the first place, so it's difficult not to deliver it.
You can give them any other powers, but we're always going to be sticking to the Barnett formula as far as we were aware.
Yeah.
They weren't going to get rid of Parliament as far as we're aware. So none of these are actually things. I mean, they could have given you anything, that you have more control over fucking your fucking schooling system now than you had before, and you can now make slight decisions on military. There you go, done. Do you know what I mean? Like,
and the fact that on the 19th of September, the day after the referendum, David Cameron stood up and started talking about English votes for English laws. So obviously they'd said, well, on the 19th we'll all be together and we'll set a timetable and we'll set wide-ranging, sweeping new powers for Scotland. And he just started talking about what they were going to do for England.
Well, I mean, that is a new power for Scotland. Not being able to vote in English laws is technically a new power. It depends how you sell that.
By the way, I kind of agree with it, right?
I'm not against it, but I believe that it should be, I mean, without obvious independence, like, I believe that there probably should be an argument to say Scottish people, I mean, history has actually shown us it doesn't make a fucking iota of difference anyway, but, like, as in...
Oh, I'll get on to that, don't worry.
I know, but what, you know what I mean, but it does, like, in the grand scheme of things, Scottish vote, because of the, I mean, there's less of us in Scotland than there is in, like, fucking half of London, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, so there's a democratic deficit, like towards us, which is entirely fair.
Oh, no,
right?
I'm not saying this, but what I mean is even beyond that, so even beyond the fact that we don't actually make a difference to the votes, that see if they said, essentially votes were regional. Welsh people vote on things that affect Wales. Northern Irish people vote on things that affect Northern Ireland. Unless it's got anything to do with the DUP, then we should take that choice off them because they're all fucking nuts. English people vote on English things.
I'm sure there's people that would argue Sinn Féin aren't great all the time
I'm
either.
This isn't
no, Paul, why are you advocating Sinn Féin?
This isn't like fucking I've been Corbyned.
Just because you're in the Dubliners now.
I've been fucking painted into this Corbyn.
That's quite good. I like that.
Thanks. No, but I mean,
was the painting a mural?
No, it was tricolour paint straight at the can.
Was it Illuminati and Jewishness?
No, obviously no. No, if I've been painted into a Corbyn, it's no. But I was actually going to say it's not a two-party system earlier, so it actually doesn't need to just be the DUP or Sinn Féin. I mean, it most likely will be DUP or Sinn Féin. I'm not saying, I'm not under any illusion. But, you know, it could be anyone.
Well, just ask Karen Bradley who people vote for. She knows all about it.
She knows nothing about it.
Wow. Okay, so basically, if you look at whether it was delivered, you've got a whole bunch of... There's a good article by Autonomy Scotland, our friends at Autonomy Scotland. There's an article by the Herald. There's ones in the Telegraph, the Independent, the Guardian, all all analysts and experts basically saying yes, the vow has been delivered. Interestingly enough, public perception seems to be different. The only poll that's been done on it, what Scotland thinks.org,
seems biasing.
No. I mean, it's I think a subsidiary of YouGov.
It's not. I just mean that it's what Scotland thinks.org. It's like, and about Manchester. No, we don't fucking like it. Like,
I do. Manchester's nice. No, not a fan. You don't like anywhere.
I don't like.
Nowhere likes you, by the way.
I don't like nights out in Manchester.
I do.
See, I don't really like. It was like Thursday nights and stuff like that. I've been down there and like not much happens.
I think you just went shite places because I've been at a Thursday night in Manchester and it was banging, yo.
Did you say that?
Yeah.
Cool. That's what Adam said. It's like London. London's not a great night out.
Again, if you go to the right places.
So I would imagine.
I've never been to London.
So I would imagine that
London.
The outer boroughs probably are. Do you know what I mean? Like the further out from London, but certainly I see the centre of London, like everything's shut by like fucking 10 o'clock and shit. It's weird as shit. Like because nobody lives there. You know what I mean? Because nobody lives in the middle of London.
Because it would be an incredibly expensive place to live.
Because it's all owned by Tories, and they just
Tories just stay at home and beat their wives and take cocaine.
I think they beat their wives while they take cocaine.
Drink?
No.
Shag kids? What?
Yeah, probably. And they've got big old houses way out of London as well.
Not all Tories shag kids, obviously. Just the representatives.
Just most of the main seats in Parliament.
Sorry. Libel drink. We don't mean that. It's a joke. It's satire. It's satire. Poorly written satire, but satire nonetheless.
Yeah, it was absolute satire. The only reason I'm saying that is because I can't be arsed editing another bit out of this episode.
So the question was, to what extent have the unionist parties delivered on their vow of increased devolution? Less than 10% believe they delivered it completely. About 25% believe they delivered it partly. 29% believe they delivered very little. 22% have not delivered at all, and fucking 12% don't know. I mean, why even bother answering it? Like, if somebody stops you in the street, I want to ask you a question. We've got 5 options actually. The 5th one's don't know. I'll go for that one.
I mean,
I wouldn't even include them on my fucking study.
No, I mean, the other thing that I would actually say is that there is 2 groups of people that are correct here, because they haven't given enough, but also they did provide what they said they were going to. I mean, like...
So you'd say delivered partly and delivered very little are correct. I'd say delivered completely could be
that's what I'm saying. Like, they delivered completely, right? But they didn't deliver very well. Like, but I believe that those are essentially, like, if they ask me, as both of those answers,
those are not contradictory
positions.
No,
I mean, like, they delivered everything they says they were going to, but they also
delivered very little.
They also delivered very little. Like I mean, because they had such vague terms for what it was they were going to deliver, like 2 minor threats and then 1 vague term.
Good man. So looking,
1 good term.
No, a minor threat.
I guessed. Can't believe you corrected me there.
So, current situation then that we find ourselves in. That's us kind of went over the history. We present day, October 2018. We find ourselves in a position where Brexit has been voted for by the wider UK. Scotland.
Brexit that we were told. We were told one of the key points of the entire fucking independence referendum in Scotland was the only way we can guarantee that we stay in the EU is if we stay in the UK, because if we vote out of the UK, we will have to leave the EU and we will have to go through a process to rejoin the EU that could take a lengthy period. We have now been presented with the scenario that we are leaving the EU with no process to get back into the EU. This is absolutely the worst case scenario for people in Scotland who voted to stay in the UK because they wanted to be a member of the EU. And the thing is, if you were in Scotland and you voted to stay in the UK, there is a logical progression, and we'll talk about when we talk about the finances, but there is a logical progression that you are the same type of person who wants the UK to stay in the EU. You are very just pro-unions in general. You are quite into the new world order. You like big things. You like being a conglomerate. You know what I mean? You're fond of these things.
Or you're just someone who doesn't like change, perhaps.
Yeah, possibly. But what I mean is like you're not against this being a part of a bigger entity by any manner of means. There is a logical progression there. So if you wanted to stay in the UK and you also wanted to stay in the EU, I think in the grand scheme of all the people that we're going to be talking about here, you're the person who I can absolutely 100% understand, because that's who you are. Do you know what I mean? Like, as in, like,
there's a fair amount of consistency in your thought.
Yeah, I mean, like you are, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but you're like quite predictable and stuff with it. But I mean, I get that. And the thing is, the reason
a shite ride, is that what you're saying?
The reason I can say that though is because I was there. Like, the reason I was
being shite ridden.
No, never. Just saying, yo. No,
anyway. You've never had the shite ride?
No. Just saying.
I mean, it's like sex is like pizza, isn't it?
What? I'm right good at it.
No, just like even bad pizza's still pizza.
I thought you were going to say you need it for ages and then it takes 3 minutes. Well, that's how you make pizza. Think about it like
nah, I just like to put spicy sauce all over it.
It's alright even with anchovies.
This is getting weirder and weirder.
I'm trying. No, but what I was going to say is because I was there.
It's best if the Italian batter's fuck it for 20 minutes before it goes in the oven. No, that was too much.
No. So what I was actually getting to there is I'm quite pro EU. I don't think anyone would be shocked by this who listens to our podcast at this late date. Just like, that's it. I'm fucking listening. Can't believe Paul led me astray. So that's such a big part of the independence referendum for me was where we are with Brexit now was essentially my concern. One of those, I fucking told you moments where...
Yeah, but your fear was all of the problems that we would have being out with the EU.
Yes, so my problems were companies not wanting to be in Scotland until... I mean, I'm not saying that we couldn't get back in the EU, but in that time frame, whatever that nondescript time frame was, we would have much larger tariffs, we would have less control over customs, we would have worse off deals, we would have to settle all those deals, create new deals, we would have companies not wanting to trade from Scotland into the EU. We would have the components that we're seeing now.
I mean, the counter argument to that at the time was that I always had with you is that all of those things were negotiation, and that you would hope that the EU would be fairly open to our re-entry based on the fact that we are having a negotiation on terms which we are already in
which I didn't necessarily
in possession of,
which I didn't necessarily disagree with, but the scenario was always we can't guarantee that.
No, we can't.
And because we
there was a big element of uncertainty.
Yeah, and for me, because of the way that I deal with, because even the type of companies and stuff that I've always worked for and that, like when you're dealing with trade internationally and stuff, it's like those 3 months, 6 month, year where you don't have the ideal trade deal and you don't have the customs union. I mean, that breaks companies and absolutely trashes them, and that multiplied across the entire country. There was a lot of uncertainty, and the thing is, like I said, there's kinda, and there always will be, a kinda almost demi-high horse scenario here where, because of what we're seeing in Brexit, there is stuff playing out where it's just like, see, this is the kind of shit that I tell you was going to happen. Now, granted, Scotland had the opportunity to get back in, and I'm not under any illusion that wasn't the case. And
there's a possibility that the terms of their engagement with the EU may have been extended during the negotiation period.
Absolutely, but the thing is, like, I mean, but playing out the worst case scenario is essentially a lot of what we're seeing here at the present moment.
I would also say, I'm throwing this out to see if you agree with me in general here, but I would say that the SNP in general and their stance towards wider society and government is that they are fairly, quite socially sound in their policy, but they're also quite business savvy in their policy. I would say fairly ethically so, but they're quite ethically business minded and kind of try and look after business in a way which benefits the country while also trying to look after the individual in a sort of social welfare sense. So I did not perceive potential independence for Scotland while we were within the EU, within the UK, and sort of having to step out of that. I looked at it from the point of view that the SNP would always seek to look after the business interests of businesses in Scotland because they're quite savvy that way.
Oh, I fully believe that, but I also believed, and a big part of this was the fact that I believe that if we had walked away from the UK and then we tried to get any deal at all into the EU, we would be going up against the powerhouse of the EU, which is the UK, a component of the EU, a big player in it.
Yeah.
And the fact that we had just taken all the
And
oil over them, they would absolutely shaft the living fuck at us in every way, shape or form that they could.
Which is fair,
much the same as exactly what Germany is going to do to the UK for doing the same thing. Do you know what I mean? Like in that's what I'm not saying that it's unjust in any way, shape or form, but for people who are in the UK who don't perceive the fact that Germany are going to do the same.
Again, slight difference, but the situation in the UK is that the EU 27 are looking to set a precedent for anyone else who is considering leaving the EU that will be bad for them, and there are 27 people united in that belief that that's something that they have to really be seen to do. Apart from Hungary, who seems to think they're all right because they voted with him and he's a Nazi cunt. But if it in the position of Scotland, in the hypothetical position of Scotland having voted yes in 2014, you certainly would have had the UK potentially as a bad actor towards Scotland, but I believe that you would have had quite a number of countries to choose from and schmooze with who may not be massively allies of the UK and who may have wanted to look after Scotland.
But you have two countries that would definitely not be the case. Yes, so you would have Britain and Spain that you would have to go up against. Like, you would have to, when anything was being passed, when any rules, when any decisions were being made, you can fucking 100% guarantee that Spain and fucking Britain would be there fucking throwing paella and cans of fucking bombardier at you for the fucking borders.
I actually don't think I do. I think they've just been wearing riot fucking gear and
battering you, man.
That seems to be their attitude to democracy.
But I genuinely believe that it would cause...
Hi, Spain. Hola.
To be honest, if there's Spanish folk that have put this type of effort into listen to us, they're probably not going to be turned off with our opinion on Spain, because they've listened to us rabbit on, drinking wine, talking Scottish.
Rui, Apostolo.
He's a boy in Edinburgh, is that Rui? We don't mean you. I don't believe you have riot gear. You might have riot gear.
I don't believe he has riot gear.
Anyway, so... Aye, but we would have came up against things. Anyway, that's kind of a side note. But all I mean is, so from me, like, from that, they were my concerns. They were always my concerns, and I made it abundantly clear. Jerry is more than aware of how clear I made those things.
So we're now in a situation whereby Scotland backed Remain. We voted
Scotland backed Romania.
62% to 38% was the actual numbers, and I think tellingly, of the 32 council areas in Scotland, every single one of them voted in favour of remaining in the EU. So it's not as if there was even a geographical disparity of opinion across Scotland.
I would argue that the Scottish independence referendum created this, because I would argue that Scotland, so in the time that I have lived here, I'm in my mid-30s, and the time that I've lived in Scotland right now is more politically active than it has ever been in my life. Now, granted, we have the years gone by of like Keir Hardie and the like, so I can't guarantee it. We had the fucking minor strikes and all that type of shit, so I can't guarantee it's always. But in my life,
adult life,
but certainly in my lifetime that I can remember, Scotland is more politically active as an entire country now.
Engaged.
Yeah, certainly, or even just interested. Do you know what I mean? Like, than it ever was before. So I think that what happened was, when you asked the UK where they stood on Brexit, you were asking the whole of the UK where they stood on Brexit, but the problem is you had like 5.5 million people or whatever north of Newcastle who had literally just learned how to politic right well. Do you know what I mean? They had spent their day, they'd spent weeks and evenings and nights in pubs arguing and talking and debating and pulling sources and looking at information and having to have the right
Sift
piece of
through
information.
bullshit.
Having to have the right information. Like in the west of Scotland, if you went into any pub, you better fucking know your argument, because during the Scottish independence, you had to justify your stance. Always. You had to justify it. Always. Believe me.
So if you'd walked in and stood like Sajid Javid or George Osborne or that, they'd be like, what are you standing like that for, you prick? And they'd have boot at you in the balls.
Aye, man. And then it'd have been like, where's your fucking source for that? Your boss. Where's your boss source?
So looking at the sort of patriotism and the nationalism in terms of the Brexit argument and the Leave side, which was kind of largely seemed to be propagated to a large extent by flag wavers and people who are harking back to sort of days of empire and the sort of tradition of isolationist Britain and making Britain great again like it used to be. Is there
Maba?
Is there a
Maba? Make Britain great again.
make Britain great again like it used to be?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there
I'm gonna get out.
is there a sort of parallel to be drawn there in terms of the nationalism and patriotism of Scottish nationalism? Like, you know, do we look at the idea of nationhood? Do we look at the sort of issues with patriotism and nationalism and look at the sort of negatives that can occur off the back of it, and how do they apply to Scotland?
Well, I mean, I would argue that both sides of the argument in Scotland are arguably
As patriotic and nationalist as each other, but just towards different...
Yeah, but also incredibly naive and biased towards their own point. I mean, essentially, for the most part, the people who voted to stay in the UK are generally the people who have a larger interest in voting to leave the EU.
So there's a hypocrisy on both sides.
Definitely. And the people who voted yes to be an independent Scotland are the people who generally are more interested in staying in the EU. So what you've got is you've got people saying, I don't want to be a part of a union, I want to have my own choices, my own decisions, but I would also like to be part of a union. And then you've got people saying, I think we should be part of the union, but no that union. And these two components, to me, seem wildly hypocritical when you actually, if you actually take a step back from it all and you remove yourself from it, you take it and you just look at it, it's just like the arguments that people have right now with you in the pub about Brexit are the inverse of the arguments that people had with you 2 years ago.
So, but
4 years ago.
Does that boil down to whether the individual considers one union and one centralised body of government to be more positive or negative towards them? So.
Oh yeah, probably. I mean, probably that's
like
what
if you view Westminster as being a negative influence in your life, but you view the EU as being a fairly positive influence in your life, then you're obviously going to be predetermined towards being in favour of one, but not in favour of the other. And obviously that works in a vice versa scenario.
Oh yeah, I mean, I would say that that's the reason behind it, but I would say that
is there evidence that I mean, you know, just throwing. Don't get me wrong.
From my point of view,
yeah,
it's very difficult, because from my point of view, I would say that I can prove in most cases that the EU doesn't have that much control over my day-to-day life.
I mean, they do and they don't. They have a lot of control over legislation and stuff. It's just that you probably, as I do, view a lot of the policies which have kind of been enforced by the EU upon the UK in a legislative sense as being quite positive.
I would watch certain languages that you use
enforce,
in there,
right?
because
But there are things.
legislation which has been applied to the UK, which the UK has been involved in either construction or voted positively on, or even negatively on.
Yeah.
But even in most cases, even the ones that they voted negative on, they've still been involved in the construction thereof.
But the point, I guess, is that the way that I perceive it, incorrectly or correctly, is that for the majority of my lifespan, there has been a Conservative government in Westminster, and in my experience, they are not always in favour or predetermined towards putting in place legislation which
You are
makes my
picking
life...
your words real fucking nice. They don't give a fuck about you. Move for the west of Scotland. They don't give a fuck about you.
But it's not just me. I mean, poor people in general.
But that's what I mean. But
people.
when I say west of Scotland, what I mean is you're from the north. You're from Manchester. You're from Newcastle. You're from the fucking West Country. You're from Scotland. You're from Northern Ireland.
The Tories don't give a fuck about poor people in the south either. They don't give a fuck about poor people, full stop, or working class people, full stop, for the most part.
But they're much more likely to put on a show to try and pretend that they are helping people in, say, Greater London than they are anywhere else in the UK.
Well, also, poverty is relative, right? So if you look at, wealth inequality across the country, it exists everywhere, but relative wealth down south means that even poor people in the south are slightly better off than poor people in the north. It's just how it works, because wages are better, etc., etc. Also, though, rent is higher, so it kind of spreads out. But my argument would be that the EU have put in place legislation which protects workers' rights more, which protects working, like all kinds of workers' rights, and all kinds of human rights.
We've got things like paternity pay and maternity pay, sick leave, all these components. I mean, actually, so
they were looking at introducing tax legislation. In fact, they are introducing tax legislation across the EU to
January 2019
to prevent
tax loopholes for corporations.
But we are stepping out of that. Yeah,
it's but it's not related. It's got nothing to do with that Panama Papers shit, no matter what any count says. It's just that's a convenient timescale that these things have run together.
So my perception is that the EU have, and also they as part of their mandate, they provide funding for regeneration and infrastructure in sort of disadvantaged and poverty-stricken parts of the European Union, which has seen them giving a lot of money to Wales, for example.
Aye. Fucking start at Wales. But another thing that we have to there's another place I'm not a fucking fan of. I prefer Manchester. Anyway.
No, I was I needed to relax recently. I was really stressed out, and my wife bought me a tape of like Wales song. A tape. She bought me a
cassette and a fucking Sony Walkman, pair of orange headphones and some rollerblades. You went in the park.
Yeah, of Wales.
I'm walking on sunshine.
It was Wales song to try and chill me out, but I put it on and it was just Tom Jones going, "Is that unusual?" It worked entirely the opposite way.
I'm going to have to fix the sound on that, thank you.
Sorry.
No, but what I will say, though, is the Tories... So, if you're listening, and you're also a very stout Tory, I mean, like, I would guess that you're probably not. But on the off chance you are, and you're heavy into Tories, just remember that, see, when you're talking about how the EU tries to enforce laws on you against the UK, remember very, very specifically that the laws that the Tories were really against were things like paternity pay and sick pay and maternity pay and sick leave and all these other components. These were the things. See, when the Tories say to you, there's all these stuff that we voted against that we still had to put into place by the EU, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about workers' rights. They're talking about your rights.
Yeah, and also I believe that...
None of that bendy banana shit either.
Of the sort of... I believe around 3,200 pieces of legislation which were put forward by the European Parliament during our involvement with the European Parliament, we only voted against like 120 of them.
Yeah, so I think something like the numbers in percentage works out that somewhere between 87 and 92% of all legislation that was passed by the EU in the time that we've been a member of the EU has been written by directly or so essentially has been written by us or been directly influenced by the UK when it's been written, and something similar to 97% of all of the legislation that has been passed by the EU has been voted in favour / positive by the UK, by our representatives, and only about 3% of it has been voted against. Most of that has been around things like corporation tax and workers' rights, the shit that Tories hate.
However, I did have issues with the European Union myself. It wasn't an easy decision for me to take to vote in favour of the European Union. I'll tell you for why. TTIP was a big deal for me, and we spoke about it on the pod. I
liked his second album.
I was seriously concerned about the possibility of private corporations in America being forced legally to be allowed to bid for any public services.
Does it fucking matter now?
It's going to happen now for sure, yeah. But that worried me. And that was potentially going to be part of negotiations on a trade deal with the US by the EU. Latterly, having read Yanis Varoufakis' book Adults in the Room.
It's the Greek lad, isn't it?
It's the Greek. He was the Chancellor under the Syriza government of Greece when they were in the financial crash and stuff. And the way that the European Central Bank and the sort of real high powers that be in the European Union have treated Greece and sort of forced them to eat a deal which is not beneficial to the people of Greece.
Eat my deal.
Sort of doesn't paint them in a great light.
I've got some chat about the Deutsche Bank we can get to in a minute.
Right, okay, so okay, well, you want to go for what are we going to do? So we've got some stuff about it.
Let's ask the listeners to see what they want.
I'm asking you.
Press 1 if you would like to, and choose your own fucking podcast.
So.
Damn, we can do that.
I was going to go a little bit into sort of previous elections, how we can demonstrate that Scotland's vote is irrelevant in the large scheme of things, entirely. It's irrelevant to what we get for the vast majority of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, we could probably expand on this quite quickly because right. So we'll just take it. So to give you an idea, a quick summary. When we were talking about Brexit and we were talking about the English votes matters or whatever hashtag, we were talking about that stuff essentially. What we had alluded to was the fact that no matter what Scotland voted for, because of our small number of voters that can fucking even show up to vote, we make, even though we have 16 seats?
No, we have
12,
more than that. And
32. What combination of,
in Westminster,
because it does, councils and
56.
fucking all sorts of shit, man.
I believe it's 56.
Right. So, but in the grand scheme of the UK, it's like nothing.
Well, yeah, there's there's 600 odds in the UK.
So it means so we have so little sway. I mean, in the event,
which is correct, obviously. In terms of democracy.
I'm not saying it shouldn't be because because of that, because we don't operate as a separate entity in these situations that we're talking about. It means that we have such a tiny. Such a tiny percentage of us that unless it was on the wire, and I mean on the wire, unless the entirety of Wales, Northern Ireland and England had all fucking voted for a thing and it was 49% or 50% almost in either side, then our vote could make a difference, and only then.
I can give you the stats on this.
Okay, do that.
Because I crunched this shit the other day.
You're a pelter.
Why?
Do you know, weirdly, I've seen 2 different places that have said recently,
I'm a pelter.
Jerry's a pelter. No, just question times get fucking brutal.
That's shite.
No, but I did see people talking about, they were just like, has anybody actually checked the numbers on question time to see how often SNPs have been represented? And I'm just like, us? Aye. And I guess nobody comes back to that because they're just like, brutal. How would you do?
What
did you do? Just sit and go through every single episode and count them? Well, Aye.
What else? What would be your would be your strategy?
The only fucking way I can do that. I hear what you're saying.
I suppose I could have wrote an algorithm to collect the data, but I reckon that would have taken longer.
Don't know, man. Probably no. Like, see if you just had a list of SNP members and other names. There's a lot of gap vocal. But if you had them all there on the list, and then you just said every time one of these names come up, you give it a 1.
Luckily, there is. Well, that's exactly what I did. There is a Wikipedia entry that shows you the guests on every single episode of Question Time.
But then you had to reference them with or did it say next to them that they're SNP or whatever?
No, I had obviously a good amount of them. Like, I'm fairly politically active. I'm interested, so
I go drinking with the SNP every time.
No, I'm looking at them and I know who they all are.
Me and Nicola go back, all the way back.
But if there was anybody there that I didn't know who they were, I had to check who they were.
That's what I'm saying.
So it was time consuming.
You probably could create quite an easy algorithm. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. Back to the reasons why.
Right. So, first of all, Scotland doesn't get what it votes for a lot of the time. Most of the time, in fact. Now, I understand that there are various other parts of the country which are in the same situation. I've had a few people recently say to me, well, Yorkshire has 5.1 million people. We don't get what we vote for. We vote Labour all the fucking time and we don't get them, so should we be independent? My answer to that would be Yorkshire isn't a country, right?
No, my answer to that would be, let's batter.
Well, also, yeah, it's entirely up to yourselves. Like, I don't
if you think you can go it alone, you've got enough fucking resources and that, go for it, dude. Like, I'm not going to hold you back.
But essentially, there isn't
tea.
There isn't
I don't think they grow the tea because surely they're not in China.
There isn't this idea of nationhood, and I think actually I had a conversation about this recently, right? So
was it with our northeastern?
No, it wasn't Paul Ross. No, it wasn't. It wasn't even Adrian, who's a Yorkshireman, but it was another Yorkshireman and a couple of.
There's 3 Yorkshiremen. They walk into a bar.
No, they don't. They just sit and argue about who had the worst upbringing. Used to come home at night, get us out of our beds. No, fucking used to eat gravel. Essentially what I was saying was that whenever I basically genuinely believe that the separate sporting teams of the home nations of the UK has been instrumental in a continuation of a separate national identity. So if you look at the fact that Scotland has had a national football team since the beginning of football, separate from England, separate from Wales, separate from Northern Ireland, that is
for about the last 15 years would have probably quite happily returned that if we had the opportunity.
No, of course we probably would, right? but the fact is, if they'd have started from the beginning as a UK team or a Great Britain team or whatever, we would have felt a greater sense of belonging at moments of national importance. Like, we would all have been together under one banner, going, come on, Rooney, fucking score a goal, rather than fucking hope you get beat, you wee shite. Because we play against them sometimes.
Rather than putting up a anybody but England sign on the side of the commercial.
Yeah. And it's not just football, it's rugby, it's numerous sports. There are obviously some sports where we compete under the
Team GB.
Same team. But crucially, they're not really team sports. You know, it's athletics and stuff like that.
I'm in team shot put.
You know, so there's a sort of deficit of inclusivity there. Right?
I would say relay is definitely a team sport. I mean, it's very, very difficult to self-relay.
Right, okay. But I mean,
self-relay sounds like masturbation.
The point is, I think we all know that football's more popular than athletics in these isles in terms of.
What do you mean in these isles? Across the entire fucking world.
Right.
I mean, apart from America, I think that generally speaking, so Australia, even in America and Australia, where they've got their own weird thing that they call football that mostly involves their hands, so it's not football. In both those countries, we literally sent away the people who didn't know the difference between hands and feet, and they developed their own sports. But yeah, I mean, they all play soccer.
But for by everything else, you know, obviously we've historically there has been a Scottish culture and language, and people are rabid birds and stuff like that. And you know, me and you were taught about Scottish literature. And we were taught about Scottish literature at school and stuff, which, you know, helps a wee bit in terms of creating an idea of nationhood. But I think ultimately, in order to reach the most amount of people, having a national team and a national sport certainly is responsible for the idea that Scotland as a country, most people in Scotland, almost all Scottish people, I think, would agree that Scotland is a country, Scotland is a nation. Regardless of whether they believe that nation should be part of a union.
We have a flag, a national anthem, and we have our own team for the two biggest sports in the West, which are rugby and football.
So that means that, because I believe that patriotism and nationalism is a dead end, really. It's a fucking cul-de-sac, you know, especially ethno-nationalism.
It's essentially a means to racism. It's always a means to racism. I mean, there is never an inevitable outcome that's not, I am proud of the country that I'm from, and I am proud to be from that country, and I'm proud to have been born in that country, and you're not from this country. Whoa, that could race us real fast.
I would say the two things that drew me to the Scottish independence movement the most were...
Your fucking feverish racism.
were the idea, the opportunity for radical change, and the...
Opportunity for radical Islam.
And the inclusivity
right, cool. I totally misunderstood why it was true.
Of the movement, right.
No, but I understand that.
Which is in direct anathema to a lot of the unionist.
I mean, the problem that you actually have is the Scottish independence movement has to be inclusive because...
We need as many people as we can get.
Not even that. We need immigrants.
Oh yeah, I mean,
like
Scotland
needs immigrants in Scotland. So
Scotland, independent or not, needs immigrants.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. So the problem is you can't have a scenario where it's just like, we don't want immigrants coming over into this country and being accepted, because you actually have to have it. We're currently an aged population. Like, we're at a scenario now where there is more people getting a pension than there is cunts that are paying tax to pay for the pension. Do you know what I mean? That's just a fucking state of fact. In fact, if you're listening to this and you're Scottish and in any way, shape or form you believe that we don't need immigrants, you're a fucking moron. You've not read the numbers. You don't understand. This isn't an opinion piece. This is fact. You're a fucking idiot.
We desperately need immigrants.
We need immigrants. You need immigrants. We need people. You don't need closed borders. We need people from other countries to come to Scotland. It might be...
Hand up, teacher. I would say...
Hand up, teacher?
it was
so you were asked to come back to that school.
Recently. Yeah, I gave it a 4-star review, 4.5
on the hand.
I just used 4.5 bits of my hand.
Bits of your hand.
Well, have you seen my hand?
Oh, you make a good point. That's a nasty finger.
So I'm missing part of my finger. What I was going to say was that yes, we do need immigration. I can see an argument for controlled immigration, as in entirely open borders. Yes, Scotland needs immigrants. It needs people here contributing to society. Do we want absolutely everybody to be able to come here? I would argue probably not. Because, well, I mean, criminals for a start. Do you want criminals coming here?
No, but
depends what they've done.
No, I mean, that's a stupid conversation. I'm not saying we just let any cunt in because we need, but that's different.
But like we need skilled workers is what we need.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is
we need people who are going to contribute to the tax system. Now there's evidence which I'll get onto later.
They are still immigrants. I never said what specific immigrants. Like, I'm not said we need anybody that wants to show up here. Just let them in, no questions asked.
If they were good at football, that would be a bonus.
I'm not like a shady nightclub owner. Do you know what I mean? What I'm saying is we have to have. You know,
is that a euphemism?
Aye, it is. And also, do I come to my shady nightclub?
Can I come in the back door, baby?
Absolutely. I'm going to stop this podcast and go home. It's fucking nasty. You know.
Sorry, mate. I thought we were getting all euphemistic.
No. But anyway, my point being, like, obviously, like, I'm not just saying let the murderers in and shit. Do you know what I mean? But at the same time, we still need immigrants. We need immigrants in this country.
I agree. Well, it's factual.
I agree, because on paper it's actually 100% and you can't argue it.
The point I was trying to get to when I started bringing up the whole idea of nationhood and the idea that the majority of people in Scotland, the vast majority, believe it to be a nation, it means that you automatically draw borders around things when you consider these questions, right? Do you not wish
it was a nation once again? Like,
Paul. So
Scotland.
I know.
Do you not wish it was? Like, it was been 1707 since then.
So when you look at, I mean, even if you look at how the stats are compiled and produced to us from any major news source. They will separate Scotland and say, well, this is how the election played out in Scotland. In a general election, they will say, well, this is how it played out in Scotland. You know, so
even on the weather,
they don't do that for Yorkshire.
No, even on the weather, even
Yeah.
on the fucking regional news, like all sorts of shit. Like there's a lot of like they don't say, and in Scotland it's going to be quite snowy. In Yorkshire, it's probably going to be wet and pleasant.
But I mean, I'm sure Yorkshire has their own news and stuff like that. And I'm not dissing Yorkshire in any way, shape, or form.
I quite like Yorkshire. I actually quite like Yorkshire.
That's not where I'm coming at from this. I'm just trying to explain to people because people can get a bit shirty, like, well, what makes Scotland so special? I'm not necessarily believe that we are special, but we all have an ingrained sense of nationhood, which we can't dissipate fucking, you know, instantly. That's something which has been sort of driven into us since we were kids via our education system and everything else. And also, I would say that the Scottish government for the last 11 years have been quite intelligent in the way that they are trying to foster even more of a Scottish identity. Like, if you notice, for example, Paul, nowadays, all of our police cars all have the Police Scotland, they have the badge, the thistle, they have Gaelic writing on them. Most of our signs and stuff now at train stations and whatever
have Gaelic signs on.
Yeah, so it's like
it's like being in the Republic.
Yeah,
Ireland, like not just a Republic.
And I am sure that is a political decision which has been made on purpose to try and foster a sense of national identity. I'm going
to tell you a genuine story here, just off the back of what you're talking about here, to give you an idea of where it causes slight problems. So, I was talking to people at work yesterday about how if Scotland wanted an independent party that wasn't attached to any of the negativity that is perceived regarding SNP and anything that happened, then they would have to have a new independent party. So we were talking about, what would you call the independent party? And it's like, well, the first thing you would do is you call it like We Scotland or something like that. So I go on a Gaelic translator. It's like, we Shin. Like, it's probably going to be a hard fucking sell, to be honest, if that's what we're opening with. Like
Shin Alba.
Shin Alba. It's going to be a tough one. Just ourselves, Féin. It's going to be real tough. We can't. That's we ourselves is what Sinn Féin is. Right?
I had no idea that was the case.
But this is how it is. It's going to be a tough sell, guys. Don't know how.
Let's go back to the drawing board for that one.
But it was a genuine conversation to come up with. Just like, I don't know. You know, I can see at least 50% of the country just being, probably 55% of the country take a stab in the dark and say no, we're not for it. But what I mean is, because of that's Gaelic language. You know what I mean? And it's just because if you take somewhere like Ireland, which, granted, through different... I mean, obviously, me, you and Paul Robb were talking about it today, whatever, but granted, mostly me and Paul Robb, granted, but different process to get to a point of independence and whatnot, but there is now even more so in the last kind of 30, 40 years, much more focus in the Republic of Ireland on Irishness, on, like, Irish culture and Irishness, to make it more or less British, probably is a better way to summarise it.
I mean, there's definitely evidence. It's a fact that the indigenous culture of Ireland and Scotland to an extent was deliberately weeded out.
Oh yeah, and I mean, I know, like, but that's what you do. I mean, that's actually not just Ireland or Scotland. If you take the British Empire as a whole, what you do is there is a process. You enter the country, you remove in fact, I actually made that sound bad on the British. If you take the way that the Romans essentially worked, and then you just move that on from everyone, but essentially, you show up in a place. You take their religion, you integrate some components of the religion into your religion, and you get rid of all the rest of it, and then it then means that they're willing to take up your religion, and you take away the ability for them to talk in their language, you take away their ability for them to wear their traditional outfits, and then what it does is it normalises your society into their society. I mean, with
And you beat the shit out of them if they try and
I
fuck
mean,
it
yeah,
up, right?
you also give them a good hard scene. But essentially, we can show
So sorry, that's what I said.
definitely what the British Empire done though. But we can show that across history that's happened in a lot of places, and just so happened. I mean, like a prime example is the stuff that comes up, and people will cast it up when we're talking about Scottish independence, like the inability to wear tartans and the inability to wear kilts and stuff like that in traditional Scottish dress was a component of the early days where it was banned. The reason it was banned was because
The Jacobite rebellion.
yeah, and it means that you strip away components of culture, and if you strip away components of culture, you strip away components of self, and if you strip away components of self, it's much easier to make someone assimilate into your society. So the weird fact that they've allowed Scotland to have a whole heap of components of their own culture and society.
So here's a question for you, right? This has just popped into my head, off the back of what we're talking about. Think back to your primary schooling. We were taught about Burns, we were taught about the Jacobite Rebellion, we were taught about all of that stuff in high school and whatever as well. But we've been taught about that from a very early age. So I presume there must have been an element of independence in terms of the curriculum from.
Can't imagine there was that many lads from Manchester going to Culloden.
Yeah, so somewhere down the line, somebody with an influence on the educational curriculum, certainly in our area of Scotland, has made a concerted effort to sort of embed these ideas into our education, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, definitely. Like specifically, so for our English listeners and for the people from America and whatnot that listen to us, you'll all know William Wallace from Braveheart. Do you know what I mean? You'll all know these type of stories, but like, he's probably, for the most part, I'm not saying that he's all don't by any manner of means, but most he's probably don't know much about like the Jacobite Rebellion, which is a prime example of what Jerry's talking about, which was, for lack of a better description, a Scottish civil war between the Highland Scots and the Lowland Scots who were in cahoots with the English.
And the supporters of the lineage of James VI of Scotland and his
James the First of the UK
and his progeny.
Yeah.
But and like, you know, and who were like William of Orange and the people that were kind of brought in to replace them. That was the same time.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Bonnie Prince Charlie, like I was all kind of interlaced with Cromwell and the English Civil War and stuff as well.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much you had the kind of Reformation of the church and everything that was going on at the time. You had the Battle of the Boyne and all that type of stuff that was happening at the tail end of the 1600s over in Northern Ireland. You had the affiliations with William of Orange from Netherlands with the Roman Catholic Church. You had the fact that Scotland was fundamentally at that time still a relatively strong Catholic stronghold, which then means that you had your people who were there, James and, you know, the Stuarts and those families that you'll know from English history moving forward, but essentially those people who were then becoming part of the unified UK. And like I said, we mentioned earlier on, like 1707, the unification of the whatever they fucking call it, is it fucking the unification of
the Act of Union.
The Act of Union. Yeah, thank you. I was having. So how do you have a couple of wines there? But yeah, so you've got all of that all happening at the same time. One of the big parts of it was the Jacobite Rebellion, and a big part of that was to do with the coercion of the culture, the Scottish people and stuff like that, and they weren't meant to wear tartans or clan colours or, you know, or badges and all shit. Man, we've got all that sort of stuff. You know, like the difficulty when it comes into a wedding, it's a nightmare. So all of that was happening. We were being taught that at school. And I'm relatively confident boys in Essex weren't they? Do you know what I mean? Like, at no point where they were just like I said, like I've been to both. I've been to Culloden, I've been to Bannockburn and stuff like that, like school trips. Like, you want to go to a place where the best part of 5,000 people were murdered. Like, do you know what I mean? Like,
sounds good, there.
It sounds decent. I had a penny on it, but yeah, I mean, so there was concerted efforts then,
yeah,
to teach us about.
But
very specific rebellion history.
There was obviously somebody in a relative position of power in terms of the education board who was like, we're going to teach them this, we're going to teach them that. like we're looking at some sort of long-term payoff. It's just, I'm just throwing that out there. It just occurred to me.
Stevie Salmon, Alex's dad.
So the
Citation needed.
pulling it back to where we were just before I started talking about the Scottish national team and all that sort of stuff, and the idea of nationhood. I was trying to get across the point that Scotland has voted in a very specific manner for a very long time.
Left-wing socialist votes.
Yes, and essentially
Pretty much always.
1955 was the last time that a majority right-wing party, a right-wing majority was voted in by the Scottish constituents. So that was the Conservative and Unionist Party back in 1955. Ever since then, either in every general election, either Labour or the SNP have been a majority.
On that note as well, not making an excuse, and I didn't realise it as suddenly started talking, that might sound like I'm going to make an excuse for that, but what I will say is, we've just came out of 5 years of the tail end of the war. It's the next actual proper election from the other side of the war for the most part, and we are at that point probably the closest thing we've ever been to a unified country, because we've just fought, we've came out of one war through a small period of growth and went into a second war that was like heavy gone, and essentially we're a unified country at that point.
Well, interestingly enough, not entirely, right? So I looked back at every election from present day to
it gets me the rum
to now. Present day. No, present day is now, isn't it? Present day.
Present day to
the
now.
To the immediate to the immediate post war. There's been no elections. There's still been no elections. There's still been any elections. It was really tough. It was tough research. So I looked into every election from present day to the immediate post-war period, and it turns out that not only does Scotland not often get what it votes for, but it very, very rarely affects a wider UK vote. Essentially, what I'm saying, because one of the arguments that is made is that if Scotland leaves, then we are hanging all of the sort of left-wing English voters, the Social Democrats in England, out to dry, and that does make me feel very guilty when I think about that. But if you look at the statistics, it doesn't really bear up to any evidence. Essentially, England, because of the sheer size of it, always gets what they vote for. Go and crunch the numbers. England always gets the government that it votes for. If it votes majority Conservative, it gets majority Conservative. If it votes majority Labour, it gets majority Labour.
Again, just quickly for our Australian, Canadian, American and New Zealand listeners for the most part. I mean, there's people from all over the world, I'm not excluding any, but I'm just doing the numbers of where the most people are that aren't in the UK.
People that speak English.
People that speak English, because, you know, it's a tough lesson if you don't.
Because we don't.
Yeah, because I fucking straight up guarantee that, like, the lads that listen to us in, like, Tongo and shit like that are having a rough time pretty much every episode. But they keep on coming back, so fair play.
Hi, Tongo.
What's happening, boys? And same way, there's a couple of, just to let you know, there's a couple of lads in Japan that listen to us, and it can't be an easy listen.
We're getting an increasing.
I thought you were going to say we're big in Japan.
No, I should have. We're increasingly getting bigger each month in China. Weirdly,
nice. And the Chinese are just like, tell us more. The Scottish boys will like listen to your accent and just not understand a word that you're saying. Anyway, the only reason I was getting at is, for those who don't know, Scotland works out roughly just below 10% of the population the UK. So give or take, I mean, so essentially, as I kind of alluded to earlier on, there's almost, not quite, but again, there's almost double, or certainly 3/4 more people in London than there is in Scotland. So Scotland makes up such a, especially if you consider the amount of space and land and stuff like that that's attributed to Scotland in the grand scheme of things, we make up, from a population point of view, a tiny amount of the UK.
We're very sparsely populated.
So I looked at where the donations were coming from, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's people in the Yes campaign who are right, so this is the bit of information I'm going to give you. Everything above 7,500 grand had to be 7,500 grand.
That's a weird way of speaking. 7.5 grand
Everything
or
above-
£7,500.
Yes, everything above £7,500. Great British pounds.
Oh, I've got so much to talk about currency.
Do you know what? We need a new currency, or how we're going to use it. Anyway, right, so anything above that had to be what's the word I'm looking for? Had to be declared. That's it.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
so it had to be
I was
declared.
going to say fucked in the arse.
It had to be fucked. And then here's to give you a donation of £8,000. Hey, bend over, bend over. You're getting it. That's how it worked. I didn't make the rules, Jerry. I just enforced them.
It's one of those ancient written laws.
Ancient
Like-
rules of Scottish referendums.
A Scottishman's not allowed to be inside the castle walls
But-
of York after nightfall, that kind of thing.
Aye, like you can shoot him on the back on a Thursday with a crossbow.
With a bow and arrow.
Or if he gives you more than £8,000 for donations for
You have to
political
fuck
things, you
it
have
up
to
his
give him.
arse.
There's a bit of buggery involved. That's what it says.
Buggery!
Get away. Get a good job and you're okay. There's much less
There's a
chance
red
of
bug.
buggery. Or much more, depending on what the job is. Depends what you define a good job. Anyway, so 7,500 is the donation that you have to declare. Anything below that, you don't actually have to say who it came from or why it came from them. So I looked down through the list for yes and no's,
Yeah.
and I tried to get an idea of the legitimacy of the donations. And by that, what I mean is only Scottish people could vote in this, right?
Right.
So like Johnny Foreigner, no, but essentially anyone who was English or Dutch or
Well, they don't have to be Scottish, but just they had to prove their residence.
yeah. So
Scotland.
someone who
Like,
lives in Scotland. had to
People
vote.
who were born in Scotland and who had Scottish citizenship, but who lived abroad, they weren't allowed to vote in the referendum, right?
That's correct. Just as a reference, don't forget that you're drinking straight rum ever in your life and take a mouthful of it like
Like
there's
it's wine.
mixture in it, because you find yourself choking to death. Most of these probably don't come up with the same problem as I've got. I've got a microphone on my face right now. I had to talk midway through that mouthful.
So
So, in as much as there is some of them who I do not like I mean, as in I'm not a fan of them as a person. Most of the major,
on both sides, right?
on both sides, but that's what I mean. Like, don't get me wrong. I'll talk about yes first,
There was
right?
violence on both sides.
Right, so I'll talk about yes first, right? So, I mean, there's definitely people on no side that I can show are unscrupulous here, right? But essentially, the largest
But their
donation,
money and donations were legitimate and non-corrupt.
to the best of our knowledge,
Yeah.
I would
Well,
like.
I mean,
to,
they're transparent. They're declared. Everybody knows.
they declared.
Yeah.
Let's not use words until we get to them, right?
Okay.
So, first and foremost, there was the two lottery winners.
Yes. We are.
Yeah, Chris and her husband.
No.
No, actually,
Chris and his wife.
No, I believe it's Chris and her husband. I think Chris is the woman.
Oh right. Okay. Sorry, that was my fault. So they won 161 million in the Euro Millions.
Now, there is some information that says from the Scotsman, for example, that looked down all the donators, that says they donated 500,000 each.
Right.
There is a Guardian article, Telegraph article, I'll just be sure here. There is a Guardian article that suggests they donated about 2.5 million. There's a Telegraph article that suggests they donated 3.5 million. But essentially, there was at least 1 million that was definitely donated. There was also definitely, prior to the referendum campaign kicking off, £1 million given to SNP because they support SNP, and they had 161 million quid in the bank, so they gave them £1 million. Can't really fault them for that. It's not my political affiliation, but I can't fault them for it. It's who they support.
They gave, but that wasn't to the Yes campaign per
So-
se. That was just to the Scottish National Party. Full stop.
So this is what I'm saying. There seems to be a grey area when people are talking about this donation, depending on when it is within the referendum. Newspapers will suggest that they gave them £1 million as the SNP, and then they gave them 1,002, like they gave them 1.2 million quid, and then at another point they gave them another £1 million, which makes 3.5 million quid. But in actual terms, it makes 3.2 million quid. But so essentially, there was the suggestion that they definitely seem to have donated in some way, shape or form slightly over 2 million to the entire Yes movement in some form or another.
It's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money if you don't have 161 million quid in the bank, though.
Yeah, no, I mean, like...
Well, I mean, it's objectively, it's a lot of money, but if you've got 161 million quid in the bank and you are pro... So they argued that they were pro-independence, and they felt that if they gave the money to the Yes campaign, they would allow for a more balanced debate towards the independence issue.
Right.
That's their direct quote.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's why they felt that they should give that money.
What, because they felt that there was a challenge in terms of getting the narrative, the sort of pro-independence narrative into the arena, or...
To be honest, they didn't hugely elaborate on it,
No,
but the suggestion
was
was essentially the thing that we could all probably agree on. The logic was that the No campaign, due to being the pro stance from Westminster, is probably likely to acquire more money than the Yes campaign, because as we were talking about when we were talking about votes, you only have 5 million, 6 million people to work with here. Do you know what I mean? Like, the chances that you're going to get that type of money when you've got another 45 million people in London to get, you know what I mean, in England to get the money from, like. So anyway, they said that that's the reason that they donated the money to give it. They might have been trying to sway it.
Well, yeah, okay.
But they had 161 million quid in the bank and they wanted independence. So,
I mean, the problem with our political system in general is that it's open to massive donations for whoever.
it is, although the referendum had very closed rule sets on budgets after May, I believe. Don't hold me to that.
In the same way that, like, the Leave and the Remain campaign,
they were only allowed to spend 1.5 million on every section, what they had defined as sections of the campaign, so they couldn't spend any more than that. There was a maximum budget that could be spent. Up until that point, any amount of money could be spent. So if you wanted to drop like straight up 60 million quid on flyering everyone before like April, you could do that, and it wasn't illegal in any way, shape or form.
For my own entirely biased point of view, I would have far more positive feeling towards a regular Joe off the fucking street who's won the lottery donating a huge amount of money towards a political campaign. Somebody who's essentially just been working class, basically, compared to somebody who, you know,
who we're going to get to,
who's came from a very privileged background. That's my own personal bias, and it's perhaps unfair because there are people obviously in that are not in the same position as me, class-wise and wealth-wise, who probably think that it's fair game for somebody with a lot of money to just chuck money at political campaigns.
Oh yeah, and I would absolutely agree. But like I said, what I would suggest is that they had a whole fuckload of money, and they wanted to be a pile of money put into the independence campaign, and I can't really hold it against them for. But
from a non-partisan perspective, that's still an awful lot of money for one person to be able to submit to a political campaign.
It is, as long as there wasn't the same thing happening at the other side, and we're going to get to that. So it's not like that was a one-side bias scenario, by any manner of means. So essentially, when you look at the rest of the large donations to the large what we call the what word was I using? The declared donation. That's it.
Yeah.
For the large, you've got about 8 large donations from in the yes side. So you've got the husband and wife team that won £1 million, which is just for clarity. I will actually. It's Colin and Chris Weir.
Right.
essentially pretty much everyone else that is on there is a member of the SNP in some form or another. They're all, there's the last three are members of, are donated to Business for Scotland.
Yeah.
All the rest of them are SNP members or affiliates in some way, shape or form that you would imagine wanted to invest into it. And then there's Brian Suter, who is the Stagecoach lad, who, if you've listened to our episode with Darren McGarvey, and you've seen him on the question time it was that he was on not long before we interviewed him. He's actually on that episode with him. Personally, I'm a massive fan of the way he presents himself. Like Brian Suter, not Darren, but I'm not a massive fan of the way that he presents himself. That's just my personal opinion on him. And as I said, coming into this, like, there's some of the people who are here that financially I'm not particularly enamoured with, but they are what they are. They are the donators. What I will say is that when you look down those people, you've got like Randall Foggy, who's a member of the SNP. He is English. He moved up to he's from Cambridge. He moved up to Kirkcaldy.
No luck, Randall.
I'd move back, Randall.
What did you do wrong in your past, Randall?
Fucking hell, Randall's hiding.
My wee sister was born in Kirkcaldy.
These things happen.
Your cousin. I don't know why I said my wee sister, like you didn't know.
My wee sister was born in Kirkcaldy is absolutely definitely a Proclaimers song, isn't it?
Oh, my sister was born in Kirkcaldy.
I was just doing the other guy.
Oh, right.
But and then you've got like Willie Wilson, who is
there was a mad quote for Randall Fogey, which I quite liked.
Yes, so it turns out essentially, so there's actually two components. The reason he joined the SNP in the first place is when he was 14, he had the misfortune to hear a Tory MP describe a meeting of concerned voters as peasants. And when he came up here, he says, coming up here and finding the SNP was anti-Westminster, it made absolute sense to join the SNP. The SNP is not anti-English, otherwise I wouldn't be in it. It's anti-Westminster, fantastic. That's what you told Scotland on Sunday.
Quick reminder to all our listeners, I'm English.
Aye. And furthering that, my children are both half English. Their mother is English, you know what I mean? Like,
my mother's English. Yeah.
Your mother is English. You have, like I said, and then you've got other people on this list that are like Willie Wilson, gave just under 50 grand, and he is a lecturer from the Glasgow University. He's retired from academia and he still runs a chain of community pharmacies that he's been running since 1975, which may or may not be a front for drugs. He's a drug dealer? I mean, like... But he's also the leading light in the campaign group NHS for Yes that Jerry is fond of.
It's just a great name, isn't it? NHS for Yes, it rolls off the tongue. It's like silk.
So one of the guys that I do like to talk about, because we spoke about Andy earlier on in the Yes voter, is a former parachute regiment lad who served a member of the parachute regiment who served in the Falklands War. His name is Tony Banks, and he is from Dundee, and he gave 15 grand to Business for Scotland. He actually chairs at Business for Scotland now.
So, just to clarify, we're down to what, the top 8 donators to the Yes campaign, and one of them's 15 grand.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. Cool.
I mean, essentially, we're in number 8 there, and you essentially have 1, 2, 3. You've got 4. You've essentially got 5 people that are all in that region. They all come under number 8 because they broke it down on how much they donated. But essentially, but it's 15 grand, 10 grand, 12 grand, 14 grand, 15 grand. Essentially, is the numbers. But that's all everyone that's below 20 grand.
Right.
Now, to give you an idea, when we go on to the No campaign, everyone that I'm going to do in the list is above 40 grand.
So, again, just to clarify, you've got the lottery winners about $1 million,
a couple of million quid.
Depending on what folk are saying. Then the next one is the Suitor Boy.
So you've got the Suitor Boy gave 200 grand.
Uh-huh.
And then you've got Randall Fogey and Dan McDonald, who are both they're both members of, they're both regular donators of SNP and members of SNP and all that kind of stuff, and they're both in 50 grand. Mark Shaw from...
Still a decent whack of money.
I mean, I'm no thing in it, but Mark Shaw, who is a property developer from Aberdeen, who is also 50 grand. Willie Wilson's just shy of 50 grand, and then everyone else is 15 grand, 10 grand, 14 grand, 13 grand, 15 grand.
Right, okay, right. Give us the other side then.
So we'll just to finish off these ones, because just because of what Tony Banks is. So Tony Banks chairs at the Business for Scotland, but he's also head of Balhousie Care Group, which is Scotland's largest independently owned care home provider. And he's also ex-parachute regiment who served in the Falklands War. Banks believes that Scotland has a strong financial base on which to prosper as an independent nation, and he believes that its progress is constrained by Westminster's straitjacket. He believes that independence would be a catalyst for structural reform across the UK.
But you've got to assume that all these business people are donating money towards this in the belief that they're going to benefit out the other end of it. Like, they're not doing it out of the goodness of their hearts.
No, I mean, like, I would imagine that every single one of these people that are dropping in cash expect to be making cash at the other side of it. They're no planning on being skint at the other side of it. And there is a very massive difference between our man at Stagecoach, who's worth like 1.1 billion quid or something like that, some ungodly amount of money, and our parachute lad who's in charge of some care homes. Like, I know the difference is one's given 200 grand and one's given like 15 grand, but even at that, like, even if the entirety of Scotland went tits up, Suiter's all right. Grand, yeah. He's now, but your man who's working, who's in charge of the care homes, maybe not so much. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's not going to be scraping by any man he means, but he's not going to be living that sweet, sweet life of luxury that the parachute regiment sets you up for. Jumping into your living room from up high.
He just like wakes up at night and punches himself in the face.
And
goes, so fucking Westminster, that's their fault.
But essentially all the people that are there, right down to Sandy Adam, who sounds like it might be innuendo, is another investor, is a housing investor who builds community type housing and stuff like that, as well as his other housing.
I thought Sandy Adam was a porn star. Aye
man, we jiggy Sandy Adam. Let's go to no.
Okay.
Right. So
J.K. no means no.
J.K. Rowling at a sweet 1 million quid.
I'm licking J.K. Rowling.
Because she was like, fuck all y'all. Because, just so you understand, it was made abundantly clear that the Yes campaign were only getting the majority of their donation from one location, the weirs that I was talking about earlier on. That was made clear over and over again in news articles. And then it was made clear by Alistair Darling that the Yes campaign had much more money than the No campaign. J.K. Rowling stepped in and fucking dealt with that by dropping a sweet 1 million quid, putting them a double the amount of money that the Yes campaign had. And no one then at that point mentioned that money was only coming from one location.
I do seem to remember J.K. Rowling getting a bit of grief on Twitter.
She did. She got a lot of grief for it. And she chose not to rise to the grief, probably because... Well, you know, she lives in a fucking castle and she's got 1 million quid she can drop on political opinion. So I wouldn't do that either. Pay some cunt to shout at people for me. Do you know what I mean? Like let's no beater in the bush here. J.K. Rowling is worth an astronomical amount of money, an endless amount of cash, and that's what she wanted to do.
But she's a Scottish resident, so
she does.
She's a right
and she also
involve herself in that process.
She was also in Edinburgh and stuff like that when she wrote her Harry Potter books, and she has she claims she was in Scotland and stuff when she wrote the Harry Potter books, because I don't actually know.
No, she was. I think she was struggling, like, when she wrote the first couple, like, apparently. But
there's also lots of stories that might not be all black and white and it's straightforward. But I'm no there to judge. But the point is, she does have some kind of love or affiliation or deep-rooted desire to help Scotland, in her opinion. To be honest, in both cases...
She also ripped off the worst witch.
Aye, man, and she also went to gravestones and fucking stole people's watches. That's
whoa.
That didn't happen. That's from a joke.
Libel,
That's a fair joke me and Jerry were talking about earlier on. The next person on the list is quality, because his name is C.J. Sansom. Some combination of those letters. He's a best-selling author.
Yeah.
Not that best-selling, because neither me and you have heard of him, but anyway, he's a best-selling author nonetheless.
He wrote a novel called Dominion.
He did.
What was it about, Paul?
So Dominion is a book that he released in 2012, and in that book, the Nazis won the war, kind of like Man in High Castle, only Dominion in 2012. And in that book,
Only The Man in High Castle was written by someone with talent. Burn,
I mean, and
C.J. Sampson.
And saying that, even if the lad wants to start, like, fuck him, the guy's a hack, right? So because the reason for it is because in his book in Dominion, he had, and I'm not making this up, and I really wish I was, right? 2012. So this is before, like, the independence referendum. The Nazis won, and the Scottish National Party was helping the British National Party, the British Nazi Party, to persecute the people of Britain. Like, what a cunt. Like, I mean, doesn't matter where you stand. Like, literally, you wrote a fictional book and you called the baddies the SNP and the Scottish National Party the National Party of Scotland. You know, they called them, like, Smallick Smammon and Smickler Smurgeon. Aye, very good, you fucking hack. So he dropped 200 grand.
Swan Jenny.
Aye, man. He dropped 200 grand to the Better Together. He actually described the SNP as dangerous and a threat to all of Britain. He's from Edinburgh, but he lives, like, he was born in Edinburgh. That's why he has it. But he lives in Cambridge. He went to Cambridge, or he went to one of the Etonian type Oxbridge universities, and he still lives down there. Mm-hmm. So like Scotland enough to pay to make sure that Scotland doesn't leave England, but doesn't like Scotland quite enough to live there. You know what I mean? Yeah, and remember, he's an author, so it's not like he's tied to his job anywhere. So.
Yeah, he could go and write anywhere.
Aye, man.
Could go and write hack pish anywhere.
Yeah, argue. Calling you out. Yeah, boy. If ever we're going to have a weird beef with anybody, this is the best.
C.J. Sampson.
Wait till you read his next book called Not Another Fake News Smashed. This got a bunch of podcasters that are trying to make people lefty
believe lies.
Lefty cuck soy boys. Because he's a cunt. So Samson said
as a rule, by the way, anybody that's called CJ is a cunt. Because that guy off at Eggheads called CJ. He murdered somebody.
Better was him. He argued that beneath the empty populace bonhomie of Alex Salmond, the prospective breakup of Britain is already creating a new culture of hostility and bitterness on both sides of the border. He meant Brexit. He didn't know. But, so he's a bit of a dick, right? We're going to move on now. So we've got Rain Dance Investments. They dropped another cool 200 grand on no. It's he's essentially a businessman who owns his name is Donald Houston. He owns the Ardnamurchan estate.
Oh, that's the whiskey people, right?
That's one of them. The Adelphi distillery.
Yeah.
They
were a distillery that were, as a going concern, for about 30 years at the end of the 19th century, going into the 20th century, but they now are a whiskey bottling company. And they bottle real dear booze. Rare casks. Like the kind of $3.5 bottles of whiskey. He says it's a ridiculous idea. Fuck him. And you're showing your bias there. No, because it's like he is one of the several big landowners to declare a preference for no, because he doesn't want the land rules to change because he owns hundreds of land. Do you know what I mean? Like he's showing his bias. That's where the problem lies. Like, he doesn't give a fuck about Scotland. That's not what that is to him. He just doesn't want to get taxed on all the fucking land that he owns. That might come across as bias, but that's also fact, right? So then you've got William Grant and Sons,
which means I'm going to now tell all of my listeners here that listen and possibly are in some way, shape or form pro-independence. You probably don't want to be drinking Hendrick's Gin, Sailor Jerry, Grant's whiskey or vodka or anything like that again. Tullamore, Tullamore Dew, Balvenie whiskey, because
Balvenie's good as well. I'm gutted about that.
They turn out about £1 billion. They donated nearly 200 grand to Better Together, the No campaign, and that crowd. No Borders, and a further 25 grand donated through an individual registered with the No campaign called Angus MacDonald. So essentially they donated about 200 grand.
But again, this is all legitimate stuff.
I don't know, it is. I mean, they say that they get substantial support from the British government for their whiskey distillery and its embassies, which sounds more like the shift under a booze to their embassies.
But you know,
and I get it, it's business. Like I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm just saying I'll judge them for it. Like, but you know, I mean, I'm not saying that they were wrong in doing so.
But it does certainly already seem like there's a lot more business money, like on a larger scale.
There is a theme
going towards the Better Together campaign.
If it makes you feel any better, this theme's not going to break. Just so you know, they held in their Girvan distillery, they held a pro-union speech from Alistair Darling.
Old eyebrows.
I mean, to be perfectly honest though,
I miss that Thunderbird cunt.
He does look like fucking... He looks like he drove Lady Penelope a bit. So, then you've got the Earl of Seafield. He only came in at a shy £100,000.
Sounds like he's probably scraping by though, the old Earl of Seafield.
His fuck it, I'm going to call it great grandpa, because I've no made it. It's definitely further back than that. But in 1707, he is the Lord Chancellor of Scotland that signed the Treaty of the Union. So he's probably got a biased opinion.
Aye. But I can understand that he's probably grown up his entire life being told about this amazing thing his ancestor did and how it was a wonderful thing for the people of the UK. So like he's obviously going to be biased towards keeping it together.
Now there's an end of an old sang. Is exactly his quote when he signed the 1707 treaty.
There's the end of an old song. That was the translation for our anglicised.
Now,
listeners.
Even though you're saying, and the thing is, so I agree with your sentiment. His ancestor signed the treaty. It's a big thing, but let's not overlook the fact that he is also the 13th Earl of Seafield and the head of the family, which is one of the largest landowners in Britain and holds 84,500 acres. So, even though I hear what you're saying regarding the fact that, you know, there's a union, the union of Scotland and England is built into his family, he also stands to lose a whole shitload of money when he's 84,500 acres maybe gets changed in tax with independent Scotland. And also you're breaking up his land ownership across two countries, and he probably doesn't want that shit either.
Okay.
He donated 100 grand, and then his family also donated a further 20 grand. So you then have one of the ones. So there's a couple of the ones that I find very questionable, right? You have a Flow Idea Limited. Flow. It's all written as one word. Like, I mean, if I was to read it, I'd
Flow
say it's
Idea.
like but FLOWIDEA. So it's like Floidea, like
Flow Idea.
But wow. It's Flow Idea. You know what I mean? But they're a Swiss. They're a Swiss stockbroker.
Seriously?
I'm not making that up. It's a funding vehicle used by a reclusive Swiss-born stockbroker, Henry Angst, who has also donated money to the Tories and the groups for campaigning for Britain's withdrawal from the EU. I'm not making that up.
How are they even allowed to?
Guess. You know the way where you think to yourself, I wonder if that guy's unscrupulous in the way that he spends his money.
To leave the EU, did you say?
Yeah. Fuck
yeah.
yeah.
He sounds unscrupulous as a motherfucker. Well, he just sounds like he's betting on things happening.
Do you want me to tell you what Do I want to tell you that one of the companies that he's the main financer behind? Everyday Loans.
He sounds like a nice guy.
Absolute asshole, right?
Like they're basically a shite wonga.
A shite wonga. Schwonga. In 2008, he also donated 10 grand to Global Britain, a think tank run by Lord Pearson, who is the former leader of the UK Independence Party.
Oh, right.
So
he hangs about with loads of nice cunts.
I will try and remain as non-partisan as possible, but I will say this man is an absolute cunt of a human being. There is no doubt in my mind. I mean, like I said, he's a Swiss-born stockbroker who is...
I mean, you can stop there, really.
Swiss-born stockbroker who gives money to Britain to withdraw from the EU.
Dips his dick in cheese and fucking rubs his balls on Nazi gold.
Fact.
Libel.
You were like, no, man, no, we don't even do that. Fuck him. He's a horrible bastard. I don't know if you just heard the list of the things that he does and things about me. So he's one of the ones that I find very questionable, because what does a Swiss investor have anything to do with the UK? And more importantly, Scotland, the UK, and Britain leaving the EU.
Like, I can only imagine that he is in some way classed as a Scottish resident or a UK resident, because otherwise I'm struggling to understand how he is even legally allowed to donate towards that.
Well, I mean, it does say he's reclusive.
Okay. I mean, that's a great excuse for just doing what you want, but lots of people have been reclusive. Doesn't mean that
they donate hundreds of thousands of pounds into fucking mad adventures.
Also doesn't mean you just stop asking questions.
No, I know.
Where does this guy live? He's reclusive. Alright, cool, fine, see you later.
I'd take a stab in the dark, and I can't be sure on this, but I would fucking doubt his permanent residence is in the UK.
I know, but for all intents and purposes, I know several people who voted in the Scottish Independence Referendum who I know for a fact do not live in Scotland. They may own a property in Scotland that they are renting out or whatever, but for the purposes of making sure they got a vote, even though they lived in fucking foreign countries. By the way, I was very, 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 very against this, vehemently against this, and was very vocal about how against this I was.
But weirdly, if the scenario had played out a couple of years later and you still owned your house here but still lived over in the Middle East, you would have still voted.
No, I wouldn't.
Would you not have?
I moved here so that I could vote. Like, I mean, it wasn't the only reason.
Say, Jerry, I know you.
It wasn't the only reason, but it was a big... Seriously, Paul, the opportunity to be part of that referendum and the potential for an independent Scotland was a huge part of my decision to move back to the UK, to back to Scotland. And I thought that people cheating the system like that was wrong, personally. Especially because I knew they were voting the other way for me.
So there's two or three more that I think I find very questionable, much like our reclusive man from Swiss, from whatever the fuck he is.
Our Swiss roll.
Yeah, a Swiss recluse. Wonder if he ever finds himself in Austria. If he does, he should buy a watch from Holzgren, our sponsor for the show. There's a man called Andrew Fraser.
Did he donate to NMD, or is that just
100 grand to Better Together?
Ah.
And he also has given David Cameron's Tories in that time, so
£1 million. £1
million, aye. And he was also the head of equities at Barings Bank when it went under.
All right, Nick Leeson, Barings Bank.
That's the one. And he was also used to be a chancellor. Wait, I've got it here in a document so I can actually read out.
Oh yeah, no, he was involved with the Treasury.
He was involved with the Treasury. Yeah,
Lord Treasurer or something like that.
It was the Treasurer for Conservative Party.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
And when David Cameron left after all of this,
so after he donated £100,000 to the Better Together campaign and then £1 million to the Conservative Party,
he was given
after he was the treasurer of the Conservative Party,
he was given a lifetime peerage.
Ah, it's weird how that would work.
But the other job that he done, right, and I would like you to remember this because we're going to get to that in a minute, but the other job that he done was he was also the co-head of global capital markets at Deutsche Bank. Now remember that. Deutsche Bank. Don't forget Deutsche Bank. We'll come back to Deutsche Bank again in a minute. Another weird connection with this crowd. So the other boys that you've got here is there's a lad called from a company called Balmoral Comtech Limited. He was like 14-year-old and left school and started up an oil company in Aberdeen or whatever, and he's done well for himself and he donated a pile of money.
14-year-old and left school and started up an oil company.
Like, I know, when I say it like that, it maybe sounds ridiculous, right? But he's also 70, so it was a different time.
Is this a cartoon?
No, look, man, see, in the early 60s, any cunt could start an oil company. It was a different time. You know what I mean?
So if I'd left school at 14 and tried to start an oil company, I don't think that would have worked out.
No, but you also wasn't fucking like 1963. You know what I mean? Like,
That's true.
Like, it was a different time. So he started a company back when you used to be able to start companies like on a whim and some fucking hard work and some spit and polish and some gusto. Do you know what I mean?
That way you could just be a Radio 1 DJ and shag kids.
Aye, man. Like he was just like, I'm going to leave school and I'm not even going to have sex with Jim will fix it. I will fix it.
Well, weirdly, he was exactly his type.
14 and male, and just out of school and without any education. Anyway, so he is one of the people who I don't actually have that much issue towards. It sounds really bad, but what I mean is he is a business owner who started up his own business, doesn't have any really questionable background or involvement or affiliation with Indy. He is just a British business owner who wants to keep himself as a British business owner. He fucking pulls oil and gas out the fucking North Sea and wants to keep trading it to
and
Westminster.
he's from up there as well.
Aye, I mean, like, he is what he is. Edward Percy Weatherall, on the other hand, pretty certain he might be a baddie.
I mean, he has the name of a baddie.
And see if I said to you,
was he in Blackhat?
well, no, it's worse than that, right? So see if you look at all the companies that have ever existed from the British Empire ever.
Oh, I can see where this is
right?
going.
So he was the director of the company that was the successor to the Far Eastern Trading Company founded in 1832. Like, I mean, he's actually a fucking bad guy, right?
Colonial inherited wealth.
Yeah, so he's part of the Kissing family, I believe. But they are the Jardine.
Because they all kiss each other.
There is a weird thing. So I'm pretty certain he is married to his wife and his...
He's married
No. Follow this. This is why I had to say this. And his youngest brother is married to his wife's sister.
Right.
And I'm pretty confident...
That's not that weird.
It's pretty weird, man.
Well, hold on a minute.
Don't talk about them by name.
Okay. Who? Your
Cousins?
dad and his best mate married sisters.
Aye, but my dad and his best mate aren't they brothers?
I know, but like, does it really matter?
It's kind of weird. If you think about it, just marrying into the same family to keep bloodlines pure and shit, man.
Oh, I mean,
it's
yeah.
literally one stage after being the royal family.
Is that not why your dad...
I don't know if you've met any
Your
of those
uncle did
bloodlines, but definitely not. So, to give you an idea of it's the Jardine Matheson's holding company. They are directly affiliated with and have owned components of their throughout time of HSBC Insurance, the Hong Kong fucking land.
But we know that HSBC are good guys. We've covered this extensively.
We have covered this extensively. And what I will say is they originally traded in opium, cotton, tea and salt. Now, one of them is very different from the other ones.
What are you trading? Tea, silk, opium, cotton. What was that? What was that one you coughed over?
You know, do you want a cup of tea? Would you like to wear a cotton jacket? Would you like a silk coat? Do you want some fucking heroin?
What a jack up, son.
But I mean, like the company, like all joking aside, Edward Percy, whether all the companies that he's involved with are some of
shitty companies.
Aye, man, like literally listed in it as like Star Ferries and stuff like that. Like the boys who used to ship fucking opium into China to fucking get them addicted to it are listed on the list of companies he like still owns. You know what I mean? Like, well, mostly, and the thing is, all the companies he also owns.
Who
that was, aye,
did
it
that,
was, aye. The other companies that he owns are stuff, they're all called things like the Wheel and Cart Hong Kong. Psh, I am not falling for that at all. That's the most fronts in Wheel and Cart Holding Limited.
But you know, so
I'm not saying that the fact, like, his donation is legitimate, but what I'm saying is
they come from a long line of cunts.
They come from a long line of cunts. They actually are Scottish landowners as well.
Oh, so there is a theme developing here then. There's
Yeah,
a lot of Scottish landowners who own
I was getting through all the other stuff for a bit of play before I got to the fact that they're actually also the Jardine Matheson Holdings Company, and which superseded the Far East Trading Company. That was all founded by members to Scottish families, which he is still a member of, and they all still own like Scotland, essentially. Do you know what I mean? And they make like a bazillion quid from Asia.
For anyone interested, I will post up a link to the website of Andy Whiteman, who is an author, lecturer, academic in the field of sort of land ownership and land law in Scotland. He's a conservationist in favour of green policy, and also massively in favour of land reform in Scotland. He's written a few books on the subject, but he has a website called whoownscotland.org, which is like a contributory type thing, like you can pay to get involved in it. It's very interesting. I would recommend it. I would also seriously recommend reading a couple of his books, particularly The Poor Had No Lawyers by Andy Whiteman.
So I'm going to actually go. You know when we spoke about our boy from Switzerland,
mm-hmm.
And you know you were saying how could he be involved in this? Why should? Well, there's a guy called Ivor Dunbar, and granted, Dunbar might mean he's Scottish. Ivor might mean he's not. He's the former head of global markets at the Deutsche Bank. Now, Dave maybe came up already in conversation. He was part of the team that advised Alistair Darling during the...
To dye his eyebrows black.
He was just like, do you know...
Those white eyebrows are doing nothing for you, Alistair.
You'll never, ever get to fucking fly Thunderbird 2 unless you fucking sort them eyebrows out, yo. He was so he helped Alistair Darling through the banking crisis during Gordon Brown's government. And you know what people say when they think back? They're just like,
they did that so well.
How well did Alistair Darling get out of that fucking shit storm without a problem? So there's that that we have to address.
There's that black mark against the CV.
He also works in London and is in charge of the Deutsche Bank, and one could argue that has absolutely fuck all to do with Scotland again. He only donated 50 grand of his personal wealth. Now, what I will say, when I looked into Mr. Dunbar, he's a shady cunt. And no, I'm not doing that libel. He is, like, he's been held to account by the Italian government and the German government for it. He's a shady cunt.
So he's on record as being
on record for being a shady cunt. He was essentially, the long and short of it is, the largest
certified shady cunt.
The largest standing bank in the entire world is an Italian bank. It was founded in 14 something.
I bet the church had nothing to do with that.
Nothing. The church have nothing to do with fucking financial fucking embezzlement. What are you talking about? Anyway, that bank has existed for quite some time, as you could probably imagine, since the 1400s, and they were going under during the financial crisis. Essentially, he was the chairman of the board that sat down and made the decision that they were going to use stock bets, and they were going to shift a whole shitload of money from the Deutsche Bank over to them. And then because there was a certainty that they would lose said bet, and the Italian bank would then be able to balance its books for handing its finances to the Italian government, and in return the Italian bank would take a bet with them that they would definitely lose, but they would have the ability to pay it up over a couple of years, so they wouldn't feel the financial impact of the money that was shifting from one side to the other. And he chaired that and decided it, and he is listed on the people who were held accountable by the Italian government, and that the German government have made it clear that they know that he's a shady bastard. They paid 9 billion quid in Germany for various forms of tax evasion and corruption
and like
money paying off and fines and shit. Not to do with that either, to do with other things. They paid 9 billion when he was in charge. So when I'm saying that he is a cunt,
he's like a proven cunt, like the people who were in charge of HSBC when they were fined for all of their wrongdoing.
Exactly that. I mean, he is being identified as like as in,
and we will put up all the sources for this on our website.
Yeah, absolutely. So, but I would like to point out again, as we pointed out with the Swiss guy, he has fuck all to do with Scotland. I mean, I know it's only 50 grand, and I know it's 50 grand, but I know it's only 50 grand in the grand scheme when we're talking about millions of quid. But he has fuck all to do with Scotland.
But like it seems like we're quite far down a list of donators, and we're still at like 50 grand mark. We were like down at about 8, and we were at about like 15.
We're currently at the there is 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 people who are all 9. There's people who are 8 and all that at the same time, but there's people who are all 9 on this list.
Ninth ranked.
And so we're clear there is, I'm not going to go through them, but there is 33 donors in No that are above 7.5 grand, and there is, you don't get to below 20,000 until you get to the 19th investor.
What about
No.
the Yes campaign?
Oh, Yes campaign, you only go down to 8,
and that's it.
Above
7.5 grand.
So the last two, and I mean, again, one is less questionable than the other one, but one is Stillbury Trustees, which is Stillbury Trustees contributed 50 grand to the No campaign, and one of them is the group is set up by a Greenock-born financier, Malcolm Offord. Sounds legit. But the House directors are the Earl of Verulam, Lord Charles Edward Vere Cecil, the Marquis of Salisbury, Robert Michael James Cecil, and the Honourable Robert Edward Peter, Marquis of Salisbury. Now, one would imagine that the 3 of them have very little care or concern to do with Scotland, but are absolutely fucking definitely landowners.
Oh yeah, 100%. Or like at the very least, go and come up here and hunt every fucking summer,
Tuesday,
or whatever, you know.
Yeah, and then the last on that list is actually Alan Savage from the Orion Engineering Group, who, the long and short of it is, he provides fucking contractors to the oil industry. I mean, you can dress that how you want, but that's what he does.
Never heard him.
I can't imagine. But he actually threatened to pull his company from Inverness because he's straight up full of shit, because he wasn't going to pull his company for Inverness, and then suddenly find that he had to fucking still put the same 1,500 people in the North Sea to fucking pull out oil, and he's quite fond of fucking cash. So, but he threatened it anyway. But as I said, if you then follow pretty much...
I think Alan Savage, right, and in fairness to him, for what I've looked at today, just after having the conversation with you, he was a vocal supporter of the Remain campaign as well. So his major.
He is one of the people, and that's why I was less concerned.
And actually, I know just from looking through, there was an Open Democracy article which I came across earlier, which named Andrew Fraser and a couple of other people on the list of yours as being prominent supporters of the Remain campaign as well. So you could argue that they just are in favour of being in a single market from a pure business perspective,
and the thing is,
which I can understand.
There is certain people who are on this list, like Alan, who have made less of an effort to make out that they're an asshole as a person, because they are just pro-union, they're pro-status quo, they're pro how things are working at the present moment, and that's who they are, they're businessmen. Yeah. And I don't hold that against them. I don't judge those people at all. They have the most, like we were talking about earlier on, they're the most transparent of people. I maybe don't agree with their political view, but I don't hold it against them for having their political view.
I just grudge their inherited wealth, but that's my hang-up.
Some people have it, some people don't. Some people made it from when they were 14-year-old and just fucking shifting that oil at the North Sea.
Sloughing that with their bare hands.
And a pedal like a fucking straw. I think that's how he done it. But kind of following that just quickly, you've then got a pile of 40,000, 40,000, 30,000, 35,000. Interestingly, the 30,000 that's only kind of glanced over, there's a guy called Bruno Schroeder who is worth 5.4 billion and married to a baroness. Now, I'm not saying
5.4 billion.
He's worth 5.4 billion. He has been in charge of the largest independent private financing company in the UK since 1967, and it's his grandpa that started it. It's getting by.
Why did our grandpa start
so
5.4 billion company?
The reason he had an input in it,
lazy bastard.
The reason he had an input in it is because he owns like an island at Islay. And his wife is a Roman Catholic, so he never got divorced there. So he lives with the Baroness, and I'm making this up. I'd love to be. This is like those twins over again. So he lives on one side of the estate.
Do they have swimming
He lives on one side of the estate with his Baroness wife, and the other side of the estate is his ex-wife. That's no his ex-wife because he's no broke up with her because they're Roman Catholic. So he's still married to her, even though that's his partner.
Do you reckon he's?
And he's like, he's 70.
Do you reckon sometimes he just falls out with one and he just fucks off and it's like, hey.
Don't know. I reckon he's getting 5.4 billion quid and he does whatever the fuck he wants. You know what I mean? And there's no, because she doesn't want to get a divorce, so he's like, high quality. Because you don't get half my money if you don't get a divorce, bitch. That's my
just
cash.
Half my island though.
No, but that's half of an island that he has. He has 5.4 billion. He literally has enough money that he could buy South America. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, what island do you own? Hawaii.
I don't think that's necessarily true.
No, but I mean, like, what island do you own? Fucking Costa Rica.
I could buy another island.
Man, oil him. Right now, as things stand, he can probably buy fucking post-Brexit Britain.
So,
what I was getting to all of that is you will notice the theme. The theme is that from the yes side of support, there is primarily Scottish people who are primarily business people from Scotland or SNP members. When you look at the no support, it's primarily strangely, weirdly European sounding guys who have nothing to do with Britain for Scotland for the most. Not all of them, and I'm mostly joking with that. But in terms of the numbers, if you look at it, you have lots of people who.
There's certainly a lot more money coming from various sources on one side of that, for sure. There seems to be a number of landowners in Scotland.
Essentially, the money that was coming to know, beyond anything that I joke about, is all like landed gentry.
The thing is, like, I can realistically completely understand why landowners in Scotland would be scared of Scottish independence, because the Scottish independence movement and even the sort of periphery of the Scottish National Party and even the mainstream Scottish National Party has discussed the ideas of land reform quite heavily. So it's a genuine threat to them. And I suppose if you're rich and you have an opportunity to affect the political landscape, then you are going to do that to your advantage.
I mean, agree.
Rightly or wrongly, like that's the nature. That's the real world that we live in. Right?
I don't hold it against most of them. Right, most of them I don't have any issue with. One or two I do. One or two I always will.
I naturally just like have a lot more time for people who have made their own money than I do for people who are essentially fucking landed gentry.
Yeah, I mean, like, but even that, like,
that's my prejudice.
Yeah, and so that's the thing with me. Beyond it, like, so it doesn't actually bother me because, like, see your man who is in charge of Jardine Holden, right?
Yep.
He is landed gentry. He is the most landed gentry. He's been landed gentry in every fucking member of his family has been for the last like fucking 250 years, right?
But he might be a nice person.
Doesn't matter, even beyond the nice person. He probably works like a bastard because he's the director of like, no, but what I mean is at some point in his life, he's been, by the way, just so we're clear, he's also had lots of business deals in Saudi Arabia, various places in Asia and most of the Middle. I'm relatively trying to sell this guy as a nice guy.
Money makes money,
fucking
man.
tough.
And
No,
also, like, you're
not
not.
that-
That's not selling him as a nice guy. He's made business deals in Saudi Arabia. Oh, probably a cunt. And
No. But what I mean is like, I don't doubt he has worked, right? You know what I mean? He's
that's the
probably
guy
worked.
with ties to HSBC. But he's done deals in Saudi Arabia.
Hi, man. No, but what I'm saying is as a person, because of the sheer quantity and size of the business that he's involved in, he's probably had a whole pile of stress and shite that he said, like, believe me, you can't be that dodgy. Like, for that, like, but he has, like, and I don't want to take that away from him by any manner of means, but what I will say is as he owns, like, fucking 80% of Asia, I don't give a fuck what he thinks about Scotland in the nicest possible way. Like, yes, he owns land. Yes, he might even claim that I can guarantee that he doesn't pay fucking tax. Do you know what I mean? Like,
and again, that's probably a concern for him. I mean,
see if he had 10 billion quid in the bank and he was paying fucking 40% tax on his 10 billion quid that he fucking made in the last year. In Scotland, fair play to him.
A quick outline of some of the suggested tax regimes in terms of land reform in Scotland post independence. They're looking at like a fixed price per acre.
So imagine you owned 86,500 acres of land.
Yeah,
you are never, ever, ever, ever voting for that.
Yeah,
and I would even say as far as to complete hyperbole here, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, there is nothing
hyperbole.
There's nothing based on fact here at all.
Yeah,
but I would be relatively confident in saying that although there is a declared amount of money there, wherever he could actively have made sure that this also wasn't happening on fucking yacht trips and golf trips and anything to make sure it wasn't
that happens both ways.
I'm not saying it doesn't, but what I'm saying
general.
is but there's few people in the fucking UK that own 86,500 acres of land.
No, true.
Do you know what I mean? So I'm not taking away that it happens on both sides.
Scotland's owned largely by a handful of people.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He's one of them though.
The majority of those people are foreign nationals. Like, I believe the largest landowner in Scotland is a Danish man. There are a number.
I like to think that what you meant there was that, like, he's really tall, like the largest landowner in Scotland. He's like, yeah, I believe he's 7'3".
There's a number of like Arabian royalty who own huge tracts of land in Scotland. So Scotland's land ownership laws are different from England's, and they have been subject to a different set of historical norms and legislation. So we find ourselves in a situation right now where there's a sort of hegemony and a monopoly on land, especially in the Highlands and stuff, and hunting grounds and lodges and everything else, whereby people have been driven, crofters and farmers have been driven off their land over...
One of the guys on the list is selling land up north in Aberdeen.
Over several years.
I was considering buying some.
Right.
Actually, it's really, really, really cheap.
Aye, but what is it? Like
land.
Aye, it could be top of a fucking mountain.
Aye. Much mountains do you own? Can't. Look about it.
Anyway, the point I'm making is
fireworks.
Point I'm making is, like, I mean, we can look later at the
buying land.
No,
north of Scotland.
Just at the sort of natural resources in Scotland and sort of how underdeveloped they are, and this is one of the main reasons for it, is that most of the land in Scotland is in private hands, which makes it impossible to develop for the good of the community and for so we'll be looking at money, as in well, we did a lot of that, and where it comes from, but
trees, I believe, magic money, trees.
Yeah, well, I heard a lot about that. But looking forward to potentially what an independent Scotland could be. One of the major questions that's been raised is currency, right?
Hectors, glass bottles. 2p.
Yeah. So for anybody not from Wishy, which will be most of you, I imagine, a hectare.
I don't think there's anybody that listens to this.
No, they're sick of listening to this in the pub. A hectare's an empty glass bottle, which you can take back for a deposit on another bottle of
30 pence
juice. Yeah,
30 pence, I think now.
I
Maybe
don't know, man.
50 pence. I don't know what
idea.
inflation. It used to be, so in our youth it was 20 pence.
I remember it being 5, 10, 15 and 20 pence.
I know, but through the
That's how you could tell inflation was happening.
So no, but what I mean is, for the most time that I was in the affluent enough position to be able to purchase my own glass bottles of Iron Brew ginger, as it is,
20 pence.
20 pence was the return price.
So, it has many names in Scotland. A hectare, a glass check, many other things. But that isn't probably
ginger bottle.
Probably not what we will use as our own currency. So, Paul, man, I've been fucking deep in like mad academic, dull as fuck papers for the past couple of nights about a new currency for Scotland. A new currency for independent Scotland.
I just use the euro. Sort it. Done.
Terrible
in
idea.
The bag.
It turns out, by the way.
In the bag. Done.
So, I mean, first of all, the idea of having a shared currency with the rest of the UK on the sterling doesn't work. And having a currency pegged onto sterling might be a good idea in the short term, but
I would just
long term doesn't work.
I would
either.
just affix our currency to, like, oil barrel prices, like the dollar.
Right, so that's actually not how the dollar works either.
Petrodollar.
It's not, because essentially the US, despite having an amount of oil being produced in their, quite a large amount of oil being produced in their
An amount of oil, I know, is an understatement. 1,700 billion barrels.
They're a net importer of oil.
Yeah, they are.
Right. And
but they also do very weird shit. I'm sure we've covered this at some point in some other point before. But
shag oil? That's weird.
No, but see, like, for example, even the oil that they import from Canada. Say they import like 6 million barrels, for example.
Canada oil,
right? Canadis oil. They can probably get that now.
They probably get a lot of that for Canada as well. It's legal up there.
Right, like, to say they import like 6 million barrels, like, they still also from their own oil export like 6 million barrels. So the reason that they do this is because it means they can, like, offset their boots and fuck it with money. So they ship. So even with the amount of oil that they're producing, they like ship out more oil. They ship out oil and then they bring in more oil than they ship out to consume. Do you know what I mean? So essentially, America doesn't produce the oil for the most part that America utilises.
Right.
But the oil that it produces, it uses more oil than it produces, but it sells most of its oil out the country.
Is that because it's poor quality?
Well, there's probably a part of that as well. But I mean, the other components are
Brent oil is the standard, motherfucker.
Because, like I said, it's also because they use
why Brent oil's worth more. Brent oil is the oil we produce, by the way.
They use it to like I say, it's kind of like the way to stack their books and fuck shit up. So essentially, they produce like 10 million barrels of oil, but they use 20 million barrels of oil. But even at that, they still sell 10 million barrels of oil out the US and then import 20 million barrels of oil. But they do this weird shit.
But the important fact in terms of currency is that they are a net importer of oil, regardless of whether they're fudging the books. That's the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
The UK is a net importer of oil, and the majority of Europe, the EU, as a conglomerate, is a net importer of oil.
There's this crowd there in the Middle East. Don't know if you've heard of them. The Saudis.
The Gulf countries are all net exporters of oil.
I can imagine the Aramco crowd.
Right. And Norway is, and an independent Scotland would be also. Now, there was obviously a lot of emphasis put on oil in the white paper and pre-2014 Scottish referendum, which proved to be a bit of a downfall and has proven to be rather foolhardy in the immediate aftermath of the independence referendum as well. So we find ourselves in a situation where the Growth Commission report has essentially said it hasn't taken any oil revenue into account, full stop, in the economics of Scotland, other than to say we have a windfall fund here, which we're going to save money into for the progression of R&D projects and renewables and all these other things. And any profits which are made from oil will go in there, but all of our economics other than that we're gonna keep here. But in terms of the currency situation, we're looking at it from the point of view of if you're in a monetary union, a fiscal union with the rest of the UK, the rest of the UK imports oil on net, Scotland exports it. So any fluctuation in the price of oil is going to asymmetrically and oppositely affect those two sections of that union.
Yep.
And as we know, there's far more people in the rest of the UK, so any economic weighting will be done towards the benefit of the majority of people, as it democratically should be. So as long as Scotland were in that sort of fiscal union and we're in that sort of currency, it's not going to benefit Scotland. So straight away, for me, that's a fucking terrible idea. From all the reading I've done, anybody who knows anything about economics seems to think it's a terrible idea. So you have other options available to you. You can have an entirely floated currency, which bounces up and down based on the markets. Problem with that is that it's a bit volatile, and especially when we have a finite resource, which may well be the biggest source of income to us for a certain amount of time, that's quite volatile as well. That could lead to us having a currency which bounces up and down all over the place, and a serious lack of confidence in us as a market, which leads to a lack of investment.
I believe it's called the dollar.
But again, the thing about the US is that while it does have a lot of oil, it has an extremely diverse marketplace. So
I know, I just mean its currency fluctuates all over the fucking place, man. It's brutal. Like the last little couple of, I don't know if you're aware, there's this guy in charge at the present moment. He's been causing all sorts of problems.
But like, so one of the other options open to us would be something like what all of the Gulf countries, vast majority of them, are pegged as the term to the dollar.
Oh, I thought you meant just behead women indiscriminately and sell their heads.
So like they've chosen an exact value, and they've went, right, okay, so for example the UAE, it's like $1 is equal to, I think, 3 or 3.5 dirhams. It might be 2.5. I can't fucking remember, is the honest answer. But it's pinned to that, and their currency will fluctuate against the dollar no matter what happens with the dollar. That's generally been fine for them because they're so fucking minted. It doesn't really matter, but it's actually not necessarily in their best interest because their economy is an entirely different economy from the US. The one good thing that they have with that is stability.
The other thing they have is, when you see them minted, I mean, like, they have literally hundreds of billions of dollars available to them.
Yeah.
Which means that, considering there's like 8 cunts in the country and they've got 100 billion quid to fucking spend. I mean, I know
7 million in the UAE.
Aye, but that's what I mean. Like, there's fucking nobody there, and there's a disproportionate amount of wealth across those 7 million people.
Interestingly, I think there's only about 1.5 to 2 million locals in the UAE, and the rest of that's an immigrant population. That's something we'll come back to on Scotland in a bit. But yeah, they have a different economy from the US, and it hasn't always worked in their favour when there's been fluctuations in the US dollar, which aren't really anything to do with them, but which then affect the exchangeability of their currency. I'm going to say that, I don't think that's a word. So there are a couple of other options. One of them is to have a floating basket. So you're basically floating on a basket of currencies which have similar interest to yours. So for us, one of them might be the pound, one of them might be the euro. We might go for something like the krona, or we might go for something like the Japanese yen, whatever. Doesn't really matter, but we would pick basically a group of currencies which reflect our diverse economy, because we have service sector, we have oil, we have a bit of manufacturing, we have whiskey and tourism and other stuff. So we would pick a bunch of currencies which kind of reflect all of those things, and our new currency would crawl up or down and be pegged towards that basket of currencies. So if one of them went up and one of them went down, it would be somewhere on the medium, obviously in a weighted sort of value, depending on which had the biggest and lowest value. So you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. Problem with that is that it might mean that there's like less confidence in your currency as a whole, because it's unproven, it's untried, and you're kind of a new country and stuff like that as well. So I think that's one of the reasons why the Growth Commission report has sort of suggested for the first wee while we'll be pegged to sterling until we are ready to move on to something else. But the other thing you can do is you could actually put, as you said, oil in that basket with a bunch of other currencies. So it's like you're pegged to oil.
Sounds messy.
You're pegged to oil, and you're pegged to UK, and you're pegged to the EU. There's a few examples of other currencies that do that. I think the Thai baht is one of them, and the Kuwaiti dinar is another. So no like big currencies with a massive reputation, but like as long as it works for us.
I don't give a fuck about my money's reputation.
As long as you can spend it.
Aye, as long as I can change it. Like, I mean, I don't know. The other thing that you have to take into account, and the other thing that people just fucking ignore, is this is 2018, right? See, when I go places, I have a bank card, right? And see my bank card, I just go beep, and then it fucking pays for the thing I'm going to pay for. And I don't actually do an exchange or something. It all happens in the background. And see, as long as there is a currency that we're spending when we're here, like, we live in a digital age now, and see, as long as that money matches up to fucking anything in the real world at all, anything in the real world, like, I know it needs to match up to something like for the best, like, if we are a net oil exporter,
yeah,
in the country is proportionately quite well off, like Norway, right?
Yeah, which, by the way, Norway has a floating currency,
right? But if we are, then, like, in the grand scheme of things, like what you were saying with the UAE or the UAE, and how it doesn't really matter because of, I mean, I know we won't have that type of money, but it won't. It's one of those things that became an issue. That in the grand scheme of things, there's about 5 different options, and it won't cripple the country no matter what one of the options that they actually choose.
The reason it was I think it was a big stumbling point in the first referendum, and actually I think a third of the people who voted no, maybe more than a third of the people who voted no, I'll put the link up, said they voted no because of uncertainty about currency. So it's a big deal to people who are.
But it's a pretend big deal because we're talking about people who don't fucking understand currency anyway. I mean, it's big. I don't know what the uncertainty about currency. They explain to me explain to me interest rates and explain to me how the petrodollar works. But they don't have the answer, so they don't understand it anyway.
This is why
perceived.
This is why a fixed currency is bad for us, because if our major export, which it is likely to be oil for a decent amount of time, even if we are not using that to fund the country, and I think that's a smart move in terms of the Growth Commission report to say we're not including oil in this at all. Any money we make from oil is a bonus, because we know that was kind of something that was used to hang the SNP in the first time round. $120 a barrel. That's fucking ridiculous. It was ridiculous, by the way. That was a very fair criticism of the white paper. It was a ridiculous fucking to say, well, we're going to have this income forever, and then the next year after the crash was the lowest revenue income from oil taxes that's ever occurred.
I bet is the current price of barrel of oil not quite high?
No, I mean, it's somewhere in the middle. Like, we were at 110 before, we were down at 30 after the crash. We're at about 80 right now, which is average, I would say. I think it will climb up slowly depending on what happens globally. There are due to be new sanctions imposed on Iran, which will affect the global oil supply and will likely drive the price of oil up over the next 6 months or so. But yeah, 80 is a good price if you are involved in the oil industry, because it means that new projects will be started, essentially. But having a fixed currency when you have an extremely volatile major export like oil means that your currency doesn't fluctuate properly with the fluctuations in the oil price. So oil goes up, that means it's good for you. You want to be selling lots of it. But if your currency doesn't move in the right direction to deal with that, it makes you less competitive. If the oil price goes down, obviously it means that people who want it are going to want to buy more of it. But if your currency doesn't fluctuate correctly with that, then you're not going to be getting the value of selling more of it, and it affects your other industries. If you're pegged to one single thing as well, we have a pretty diverse economy in Scotland. We do have a lot of money coming in from oil, potentially, but we have other industries which work kind of at the opposite end, like from the oil price, because they're serviced economies, or they're economies which are based on transport and infrastructure. So obviously there's a connection and an effect from petrol price directly from oil, which directly affects how easy it is to get stuff about the country, and Scotland is logistically quite far apart. So there's a balance to be had there. So again, a floating currency or like a basket pegged currency is, to me, from what I've been looking at, is definitely going to be the best option for us.
Fair enough. I mean, like I said, I find a lot of the components, like the currency and like the borders and like the fucking sea border and like the fishing grounds and stuff, like there's stuff that can be worked through and suffers from the exact same problem that like people don't like the SNP. Like, we don't fucking vote for them once the country's independent. Sort it. like you know what I mean?
but you have to persuade people who are reticent and nervous and don't like change that this is going to be good for them. And if you can't tell them what money is going to be in their pocket,
but the thing is, see,
a week after the referendum, then it's difficult to persuade those people to vote that way.
No, I get that, but at the same time, the same people don't understand, in the grand scheme of things, what the value of currency and how it actually works for the most part. You know what I mean? Like you're trying to convince them of a thing that they don't understand anyway. Like, and they're wanting convinced of a thing that they don't understand. But it doesn't. I mean, you could fucking tell them anything, because as long as it sounds like you know what it is that you're talking about, they'll go with it, because they don't fully understand it themselves in the first place. And like I said, this is the same group of people that's just like, well, I won't vote independence because I don't want the SNP to just be in charge of me. It's like, oh, well, that's not really how it works. Like, you could vote for somebody else after the SNP. In fact, I'd take a stab in the dark and say SNP will probably get at best 4 years, and then they'll have to justify their existence because every party has got 4 years to work towards convincing everyone that they're the party to vote for. You know what I mean? Those first 4 years, well, in the grand scheme of things, become irrelevant because the next 4 years are the ones that somebody's voted for. Like, you know, I mean, an actual fight.
Like, one of the first things, personally, this is kind of going out with the realms of fact here, but from a personal opinion point of view, one of the first things that I'd want to see happen in an independent Scotland, once the formalities were out of the way, is constitution. I'd love to see a crowdsourced constitution, like, where kind of similar to what happened in Iceland, where people can propose ideas, and one of the things,
right to bear arms. That's the one that I'm
gonna vote that down, Paul.
I'm going to bring it in.
Like actual furry clawy arms, or
the right to have bear arms.
The so one of the interesting articles that I came across when looking at like Scotland's economy and how it might work going forward is a piece, and it's on the McAlba site. Now, I will say it's extremely partisan, and some of the language on it I don't like very much, because it's like, this proves that the English are keeping us down, which is like nonsense, obviously. But some of the figures in it, I put to some of my English economist friends and asked them to glance an eye over it and say, you know, criticise this, is this right or wrong? And they were like, no, looks legit. So it's sort of looking at a percentage of gross domestic product in Scotland compared to debt. It's really fucking exciting stuff. But essentially it proves that in comparison to our position within the UK compared to our position out the UK, we would be in a far more favourable position in terms of our GDP to debt percentage, and that is the major bearing on lending and international lending, on whether you could get money into the country in order to invest in the country. And if you look at basically every decade from 1901 through to the present day, there are the vast majority of them, we have been in a much better position than the UK as a whole in terms of our GDP to debt ratio, and particularly in the past wee while we have been in a far better position. So the last 2 decades, we have been in 2001 to 2010 we were at a 55.1% ratio compared to a 65.1% ratio in the rest of the UK, and in the last decade we have been at a 78.4 ratio compared to an 85% ratio, give or take, in the rest of the UK. And if you look at it across the last 10, 12 years, we've been in a far better position for most of that. If you look at there's a graph here that shows the line on stuff for that as well, and also if you look at what sort of natural resources we have a bigger coastline, bigger sea area, bigger forest, we have greater farmland per head, we have obviously far greater oil reserves, between 10 and 20 billion discovered. If we discover no oil ever again, we still have reserves that are going to last us for more than 20 years. Fact. That's proven. We have gas reserves which are more than the rest of the UK. We have far more currently producing renewables at 24 gigawatts compared to 14 gigawatts. We have twice the amount of fish landings per year. We have 11 million tourist income compared to 106 million tourist income in the UK, but that's actually per head nearly comparable. In fact, we're slightly better. That's over £2,000 per head a population in Scotland compared to under 2,000 in England. And GDP wise per head, we're at £34,276 compared to 32,000 in the rest of the UK. Our exports per head of population are 14,500 compared to 4,500. Aye, so the Growth Commission, it's looking at an open migration policy, and the reason it gives for this is exactly the stuff we were talking about earlier. So, like,
we need it.
Yeah,
there's no way we can't do it. We have an aged population that is burning up some of that sweet cash, but no generating any. So we need some kind to be generating money.
But they're burning up sweet votes in the wrong direction.
They're just like, do you know what I want? Your money and also your livelihood for the next 30 years.
And also, fuck your life, you young cunt.
Do you know what was great? But 1979, when Margaret Thatcher was subsidising everything that I wanted to do with that sweet oil money that you're no fucking getting anywhere in fucking Scotland. Yous are the worst fucking generation. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah. See all you old people who aren't listening, fuck you.
Imagine it turns out there's a pile of fucking septuagenarians, not septuagenarians, that's people with 7 arms.
I thought you were trying to say sectarians.
I mean, there's probably a pile of sectarians that were listening to this, certainly at the start. I definitely think we've probably lost 50% of them.
So, the report states that as it stands, this is interesting, by the way, the 429,000 people from out with the UK who live in Scotland make a net contribution of 1.3 billion.
They make that contribution, and also, do they have front and back doors? Now, just so you know, people, this is an issue in Wishaw where people get really upset because they believed that immigrants were coming here and be getting front and back gardens. They had a protest about it.
We shouted them down, they fucked off.
It was great.
There was no violence involved?
There was, there was some violence, but not that much violence. I mean, there was. The police were there. It's not like they're going to be shocked for this. I wasn't violent.
I know.
I got a smoke bomb thrown at me.
Did you?
Aye. Right at my feet. Thing is, it was by the Green Brigade. It wasn't even by the people. It wasn't even by the people that were bringing protests against.
But 429,000 immigrants in Scotland, which is that's nearly 500,000 people, and that's a significant percentage of our population.
429,000. Is that what you said?
Yes, from out with the UK who live in Scotland.
It's a whole fuckload of immigrants.
They contribute 1.3 billion per year, and in tax they pay 4.3 billion per year. So if you change the tax regime,
how much are they all getting paid?
Well, that's average wage, basically, right? I mean, there's going to be outliers, but I would say, I'm not doing the maths right now, but I'd say if you take nearly 500,000
429 million
and give them average wage, why would that not be right?
It just seems like a lot.
500,000 times the average wage is about 20,000.
That means that they're paying 20% on that. So that means that each person is meant to be contributing fucking £4,000.
If you want.
I'm pretty certain 4,000 times 400,000 isn't it fucking 4.2 whatever billion. That's what I'm saying. So it must be higher than that. This is why I'm asking the question.
No, they pay 4.3 billion in tax.
In tax,
but they have a net contribution of 1.3 billion because there are expenses which are paid out towards them. So everything that's paid out by the government, including public transport, libraries, NHS, fucking roads, national security, everything, part of that will be put towards them. The spending that's been paid towards that individual. But based on what they are paying into the system and what they're taking out of the system, they're contributing 1.3 billion. So basically the strategy that's set out in the growth report is the more people we get in the door, more people we get into Scotland, the more money they're going to generate, and the better it's going to be for the economy. That's it. That's basically it. As simple as that.
Oh, I mean, I don't disagree with that at all. That's obvious. And that's what we were talking about earlier on.
One of the other interesting things we were talking about was that it should be a priority for frictionless borders and free trade between both the UK and the EU.
1.7 billion. Is that what you're saying?
1.3.
Should be 1.7. I'm just saying. But anyway, I mean, like, the good thing is, like, the numbers almost match up. I mean, I know we're...
And you're not taking into account the spending.
I'm not taking into account all sorts of shit, but the numbers roughly match up. If they were making 20 grand each, those people, when they were paying 20% tax, it would be like 1.716 billion, which that'd be 20%. That'd be everybody on minimum wage of all 426. I can't imagine they're on
which
minimum
are
wage. No, there's doctors and shit involved in this that are definitely quadruple that. You know what I mean?
So what do you think about the idea that Scotland, as an independent nation, should have frictionless borders and free trade with both the EU and the UK?
Well, I highly believe that they should have it with the EU because I fucking travel to see my girlfriend in Dublin. It would make life a lot easier.
Aye, right.
But further than that, like from a non-selfish point of view, aye, they should have fucking aye. I mean,
you think it's achievable?
What, free borders in general with the EU?
I think the EU is like, it'll either happen or it won't. I think it's achievable, definitely.
I think if
what about with the rest of the UK though?
I mean, I think it would have to. Like, I mean, 100%. I think it would have to have frictionless borders. Like the exact same issue that we have arising here. Not the exact same issue, but a very similar issue is the same issue that we're discussing between Ireland and Northern Ireland right now. The sheer quantity in terms of numbers of trade between Britain and Scotland would mean that you just can't viably have non-frictionless borders and non-frictionless, like, you would have to have borders in some form of trade and custom union and everything else set up, because you just can't viably be shifting shit between the two countries with any ease.
Do you not think there would be some people who would suggest, for example, why would the UK allow that?
Oh, because they would have to, because they need access to a whole pile of shit that we've got. I mean, I don't know if you've ever been in England and tried to get something like water. Like, their water pipes are made out of lead and despair, and pretty much, like, you know what I mean? But just using that as an example, and then the oil that we're talking about, and the fucking gas that we bring in, you know what I mean? Like, it's that the people will maybe make the argument and say, like, see the same people who say to you, but why would the UK want to have such a deal with? It's the same fucking muppets right now that have the same stupid arguments about the fucking EU, and they don't understand business either, because they'd fucking have to. Like, they'd have to, because see every fucking fish and chip shop in fucking central England, they eat fish from the fucking fish markets that are getting pulled out of Aberdeen, and see the fucking oil and gas that's fucking running through your house. It's coming from the gas that we're pulling out and fucking bringing into fucking Grangemouth, and see all that. You know what I mean? Like that's going to happen. So
just a illustration of what you're talking about here. Per head in Scotland, a population, we have 5,478,095 litres of water per person. 5.5 million litres of water per person in Scotland right now.
I mean, I straight up drink about fucking a third of that a day.
Per head in England, would you hazard a guess?
600,000 at a push.
134,000.
I mean, I'm no shocked by that, because they're fucking their water reservoirs, the water pipe system, and the general fucking. I mean, pretty much the entire fucking London is fucking ruined. Like, Thames Water is an absolute bag of shit.
So there's a lot of hope. There's a lot of negotiating position for Scotland, but there's also a lot of very, very good reasons why, in the event of Scottish independence, there should be really positive relations between the two countries.
It's not even that. Do you know what will actually happen? And I don't want to shock or upset anyone who is in the rest of the UK, but what will actually fucking happen is that, see, Tesco and Amazon and the other companies like that, they'll go to the British government and they'll say, we want a fucking frictionless border. And the British government will be like, oh, but we don't know. And they'll be like, no, I don't think you understand. We want a frictionless border. Then it'll fucking happen. That's the actual reality of the fucking world that we live in right now. Do you know what I mean? There's enough major companies that trade between Scotland and England right now that are major companies that make bazillions of quid and fucking donate it to the fucking governments, the ruling parties in the UK.
Would it be an opportunity for us to tax them more fairly?
Well, I mean, we can tax Amazon whatever the fuck they want. It might piss off though. But the beauty is, if you were in the EU and the UK were in like our UK or whatever we're calling it wasn't, they might know. They might. But the thing is, I mean, like,
personally, like, I would be quite happy for anybody who's not prepared to pay towards the infrastructure that they are using to fuck off. They can fuck off, in my opinion.
I mean, I'm not hugely bothered because, like, you know what you don't hear from Norway? Wish it was more Amazon warehouses.
Do they not have Amazon in Norway?
Well, they don't have fucking 80 of them. Do you know what I mean? Like they don't, like, Amazon pay their tax in Norway.
Yeah. Well, like, also so do all the oil companies. Like, if you...
I don't just mean Amazon, but I mean...
I don't have the figures to hand, but if you look at the comparison of what the major oil companies such as Shell and BP are paying in just regular business tax in Norway in comparison to what they're paying in Scotland, it's a fucking joke.
I mean, that's it. That's because we don't have control over those things, but we would have control over those things. And this is the other bit. I'm sure I can't, you know, I don't even know if I fucking spoke about it in this episode now or if I was ranting about it. It's back earlier on what I was talking about, which is essentially, it's not necessarily the SNP that are in charge at the other side of this. It's not like the SNP are in charge going through this, but then if Labour show up on a fucking on a Tuesday before the fucking next general election in Scotland and say we're going to make Amazon pay all their tax and it's in our manifesto, then you can vote for them on those grounds. And it's Labour in charge. Like, I mean, it might not be Labour. I was going to make a joke there about like St Alba or something like that, but probably won't be that either. I imagine you wouldn't get many votes. But, you know, another party could easily rise up and force this scenario, but you would have the power to vote for them. That's what it is. But if you take any of the small countries, I mean, I was going to say like Ireland, maybe not a great example. They're not great at getting tax off of large faceless corporations for the most part. That's why
they've basically took the position to undercut everybody. And actually, that's more or less the position that the SNP have laid out, is to undercut.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is,
the rest of the UK.
From someone who spends a whole fuckload of time in Dublin, like, it has its problems, real bad has its problems, but if I wanted a technology job right now and I didn't have anything to hold me down, I know I could go to Ireland tomorrow and get one, and like I know I could, you know what I mean? I could just, like, every single fucking tech company on earth is in Ireland, like all of them, all their head offices.
And Scotland could compete with that.
Well, I mean, they would give them another option. Maybe not necessarily compete, but it means that it wouldn't. I mean, so the problem that, a bit off subject, but I suppose it's one of the things that would actually be relevant to Scottish independence. Right now, the problem that Dublin's got is Dublin's quite compact, and there's lots of big companies that are coming there, and the infrastructure actually doesn't lend itself to the sheer quantity of people that has to be travelling back and forward, because Dublin hasn't ever been that, in the grand scheme of things, that big a city. From someone who, Dublin is akin to Edinburgh, no Glasgow. Do you know what I mean? Like, Glasgow is an industrial town and feels like an industrial town. It's designed to be able to get around fast and hard, like drunk and straight and fucking looking for a burger and all that. Like, it's like there's no surprises or fucking wee roads or nice cobblestone. None of that shit. Get that to fuck.
It's not a historic town.
No. Well, I mean, it is though. But it's just a historic town that what happened was they
not in the same.
They also redesigned
Not
it.
to the same degree.
And when they redesigned it in grids with the intention to redesign it in grids. And so you have the intermingle of all the old buildings and stuff like that, but they built fucking grids. So most of Glasgow is made up of every second turn is a left-hand turn. And that means you can get around the city particularly well. And because of that, it lends itself to be able to have big business come into it because it's designed to have business running through it. Granted, it used to be the steelworks and it used to be the shipbuilding and stuff like that, but the same basic principle applies now. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of space for businesses to come into, and it gives them the opportunity, and it is something that you could move into. But like, it first has to happen. How this?
So, two final things. What in an independent Scotland would you want the drug policy to be?
Drugs for empty gun. No, don't know what answer you wanted that to be.
Because again, I think this is something which isn't mentioned a lot, and I can understand why. Obviously, the SNP
decriminalised probably
are not pushing it as an agenda because it'll put off a lot of older people. But think of the money that could be made by legalising weed, for example.
Cannabis is going to be legalised in this country in either way within about the next 5 years. We now have it in the NHS. And the CBD oil.
So much tax money could be made.
Canada sold out of all its weed within like fucking 6 hours. Oh yeah, all the weed in Canada in 6 hours. There's a company in Colorado that had paid in 1 month something like 56 million quid in tax or something. It was ridiculous. So it's actually no, it was something like 56 grand though. 56 grand in tax in 1 month after they opened. Do you know what I mean?
A decent lift.
Aye.
We'd have none of that in your ideal non-capitalist society.
You wouldn't need to pay for it. It'd be free.
Okay, second. So I think we completely agree.
I mean,
I would
so
go
decriminalisation within reason, something akin to the Portugal model.
Yeah.
Something akin to the Portugal model.
The second one would be defence. So what's your opinion on Trident? Do we keep Trident? Do we get rid of it immediately? Do we use it as a bargaining chip? What do you think's the best?
None of those things, because we don't own it, so it would have fuck all to do with us in those terms. Would we ask them to take it away? Probably not. It would make much more sense for us to host it for them. Don't care if it's popular or not. Don't care if people hate it or not. That's just how the fact is. Because do you know what's not going to happen? The British government aren't going to drop like fucking 400 million quid into building a new sub base somewhere straight away. They're not going to do that, and we need the money.
Right. Okay. So yeah, but that's not what you said. Like, so essentially, you'd be in favour of it moving away eventually, which
viably, but I don't think it would ever happen. I think that
no. I mean, I think I disagree. Then I think it would happen. I think the only reason you would make it, the only way you would make it happen, would be by going, we don't want this here anymore. Obviously, it's then
I think it would
not reasonable to expect them to take it away tomorrow.
No, but I think it would become a big old easy cash cow.
It will take 20 million, it will take 20 years and billions and billions of pounds for the UK to build a base which can accept the nuclear subs that we can in Scotland. But I don't want them in Scotland particularly. The time in between would give you the opportunity to join NATO and be part of that as a non-nuclear party, but you would be able to demonstrate your sort of willingness and ability to pay towards that, which gives you the defence which NATO offers. But within the period of time, you know, you can, as you said, you can extract a decent amount of money.
I think you would. I think in the grand scheme of things, you probably would indefinitely. To be perfectly, I mean, I think that like it's easy to say we would give them a time frame, but if you've ever dealt alongside with any military contractors or anything any similar, that time frame will take forever, and it will take so much forever that it just means you'd just be making money off it, and it would just end up being a thing that you were making money off it. Like, the
money's good, but public opinion's strongly against it in Scotland.
It is, but I think that's only because, again, people don't really fully understand what it is that they're talking about. Like, I'm perfectly honest, I don't think they understand what they're talking about, Like it's in the public opinion. The fact that you hear words like nuclear warheads and submarines and nuclear submarines and nuclear, you know what I mean, and they hear these things, but they have no real concept of what it is that they're talking about in actual terms. Like they just don't. And a bit of education would change their mindset. Like it's no the same as a fucking nuclear power plant or nuclear reactor by any manner of means. It's if you think it would be moved any further down than fucking reconditioned shipyard in fucking Manchester, then it wouldn't. And in the event anybody's concerned, but what I mean is,
it's about, is it not about our contribution and our participation in a deadly, horrific, awful nuclear proliferation situation whereby we are engaged in mutually assured destruction? We're engaged in the potential for millions of people to have their lives wiped out in a fucking split second. Is it not a moral position?
No, I genuinely don't think it is. I genuinely don't think anybody really thinks of the repercussions of that. I mean, I think that do you know how I know that they don't? Because see, if they do, they would be protesting against the nuclear weapons that regularly land in and out the military bases up and down the UK and up and down Scotland all the time. But they don't. The reason they don't is because they don't know and they don't care. It's because they don't know and they don't care. We have US military jets carrying.
But they're not our weapons.
No, but they still park up for numerous periods of time. I mean, we're still participating at the point in that. We're taking money to have the ability for them to participate in that. Like,
and in the future, would you still, like in an independent Scotland, would you wish to participate in that?
What, have the military bases?
Would you like to have the US landing their nuclear weapons here?
It doesn't matter if you like to or not. It's a component of the modern world, just like the day.
Well, you can choose to disengage with it, though.
But we won't. We won't.
But would you like to?
It wouldn't make any difference to me. It wouldn't make any difference because and us not doing it, it's not going to prevent any of that component at all. Like it won't. It won't. We have certain basic components. See, if you take somewhere like, that's getting bland as fuck, guys, but see somewhere like Prestwick Airport, the reason that a lot of aircraft can land in Prestwick Airport is because of the size of the runway and because of its location so close to the coast that it doesn't fog over, right? So we have a military, you don't get fog on
Prestwick.
Yeah, but it's also
being next to the coast doesn't mean that they won't get fog though. Because
of where it is, because it's in the west coast, it gets westerly wind all the time across the coast from the sea, so it doesn't ever fog over where it sits. And then on top of that, it's a full size runway, so we can fucking land anything in Prestwick Airport. There's no tons of airports that have that functionality. It's also in the arse end of nowhere, so nobody can see what's landing there and stuff like that. So we have already got infrastructure that we can provide certain facilities that other places can't provide, and we can then get fund for that. And we're talking about starting up a country from scratch. And again, it's one of those things where it's a pretend scenario. Like, oh, I'm really upset about it. You know, really, because in actual honesty, you wouldn't fucking know if it was landing there unless somebody was telling you. You wouldn't know. And the only reason you're upset about it is because somebody's told you about it and you've decided you're upset about it, and it's been happening for the last fucking 80 years and you didn't fucking know about it or care about it.
If the idea is that an independent Scotland is trying to be something different from what we have already and try to move away from the Westminster model of, you know, providing weapons to regimes we don't agree with.
You're not providing weapons though. That's a different thing.
You're essentially supporting the military, the global military industrial complex.
You wanted to join NATO a minute ago.
The only reason I would want to join NATO, it would be for protection against Russia, right? To be honest, and I actually think that an independent Scotland would be incredibly susceptible to Russian money, to Russian influence, and to Russian propaganda.
I think it still would be, even if you were a member of NATO. But further than that, like, the only thing you would be concerned about is them actually attacking. But as soon as you start in any way, shape, or form contributing to NATO, you're contributing to the worldwide military-industrial complex.
So maybe that's not the right idea, but I'm prepared to accept that, and I'm prepared to change my position.
But that's what I'm saying is that logically we have facilities available that we can utilise to make the country a better place. There is always a lesser of evils when you're talking about countries. I mean, there just is. Like, if you can have military vehicles that can land somewhere else anyway, but we can take funding off it, and they're going to be fucking flying and landing either way, then it's just the same way that if we've got Vaseline, it's time to fucking accept the fact that it'll probably not go anywhere in 10, 15, genuinely 20 years. It'll probably still be there.
I would totally agree. And I think we need to be pragmatic
Well,
about
that's it.
it.
I mean, like, I think that the things that we have to worry about, like, I'm no saying that we
But long term, for me, and I think for a lot of independent supporters, it's a big deal. It's a symbolic ideal.
But that's the thing. I think it's more that than anything else. I think that's, to me, that's where the problem lies. Like, it's holding on to something just like, but this will make fuck all difference. Like, see, if they say that they're going to move it, they will literally move it to as close to the fucking border as it can be. And it means that, it won't. But from a protection point of view, or from a nuclear weapon point of view, or anything like that, it's not going to make any fucking difference. We'll still all die in Glasgow. Do you know what I mean? We'll still all die in Glasgow if it's fucking anywhere near Carlisle when they fucking hit it with a bomb. So it's still going to kill us all. Like,
hopefully that'll not happen.
no, I know, but what I mean is that's like part of the concern. Do you know what I mean? Other than that, like,
I mean, I don't buy into that personally. I don't look at it as like,
Each
oh,
to
it's
their
just
own.
there and it might kill me. Like, I just think, even if somebody was to fire a nuclear bomb at us, how mad is it to go, right, well, we're all going to die, well, you're all going to die too? Like, is that the last thought that you want on your mind as you die, to know that you have also ensured the deaths of millions of other people?
Probably. You might be narcissistic and psychotic. You know what I mean?
Just
like,
not my bag.
It's just not
I'd
you.
rather have a wank.
But that's what I mean. Like, so like Vaseline, like, see, in actual terms, see a submarine that's fucking parked up in Vaseline, like, so see if they didn't have fucking Trident on it, you'd be grand with it then.
Yeah.
Right, so the pure problem is not the fact that it is a completely perfect fucking kicking about silent deadly murdering machine that can kill the ever living shit out of tons of people. It's only because it's carrying a nuclear warhead.
I'm against nuclear weaponry. Yes.
Right, so cool. Just so I understand. So it's got nothing to do with the fact that that would be a leased out area for a British absolutely perfect refined killing death machine to be parked up and kick about.
I mean, as soon as you remove the nuclear threat, there's no excuse or reason for it to only be there. It could be anywhere in the country.
Well, no, it's not. It's
The reason it's at Faslane is because that's where the nuclear storage is built. That's where the facilities are for dealing with the radiation, dealing with the weapons, etc.
I'm not just that though. I mean, like, we don't have another full size working nuclear submarine base. I mean, submarine base in the UK.
But it would be easier to build a submarine base elsewhere than a nuclear submarine base elsewhere. And I would have no interest in leasing a non-nuclear submarine base long term just because it's non-nuclear. Like, I don't want to support the British Army in Scotland if we're an independent country for any longer than we have to, regardless of whether we're nuclear or non-nuclear. But anyway, I would say that
I think you find that we always will though. The problem that you're going to have is you always will, even if you're not talking about Vaseline, you're always going to be in other locations. Just the same way that we and the rest of the UK do with various American facilities and other people's facilities. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. It's just part and parcel of the world. We live in the west of Europe. There's a lot of people flying a lot of planes and stuff like that. The only difference is, generally speaking, most people aren't talking about it because you don't fucking know about it. That's the only difference. Do you know how you know? Because see, every now and then when people aren't scared enough, the Daily Mail will say the Russians are flying over two Bear ASC fucking 190s with fucking missiles on them over the top of the UK, and we had to scramble tornadoes. Happens every fucking week. Happens every week. But they don't tell you every week. If they tell you every week, you can't be fucking scared of it because it's just a thing that happens. They fly out the jets and they go, shouldn't it be here? And they say, we know we shouldn't be here, but we're just testing boundaries. And they fuck off and then everybody lands, and that's what happens every fucking week. But they can't scare you if you know it's always happening all the time. So it's only when everything takes a lull, it's just like the fucking Ruskies are at it again. Do you know what I mean? Because the Daily Mail like a bit of racism. And like that's that's just part of the modern world as well. There's this shit.
But you can choose to disengage with it.
But you can't. You can't, because what you then have to do is you need to then give the British, the RAF, permission to fly into your airspace. Because if you don't, you've then got the Russian bombers flying into your airspace that you've not gave permission either. So in the end, what do you do? Start fucking shooting down Russian fucking jets? Then that means you have to have a military that's got fucking surface to air missiles. Or you then have to have someone else protecting you to fucking fly over the top. And even if you've got somebody and you're in NATO, you've then got them flying their fucking jets over the top of you.
What you do is you get rid of all the weapons, right? And if MD flies over the top of you, you just go, alright lads, fucking get in here, we're fucking on it.
No, but
fucking where you staying, man? Fucking get in here.
But what I mean is, in actual terms, like the beauty of talking about it and just like, oh, but you could do this and it'd be great, and like, but the nuance is, in fact, that you're going to fucking have to just deal with this. You're either going to have British fucking RAF jets flying in your airspace, or you're going to have your own fucking jets flying in your airspace. They cost a fortune, so it's going to be British, so you're going to have them hosting, which means you're going to let them use fucking one of the bases in your fucking north. Do you know what I mean? But that's what's always going to be the case. Like, what the fucking independence movement has to do to move forward right now is fucking lose mad fucking hairy-fairy fucking delusions of how the fucking world's going to be, because the world's going to be the world that we live in right now, only how we control our destiny in that world.
If you want to sell independence to people, don't you have to keep it as open as possible in order to try and do that?
No, it's the exact opposite. People,
like, if you want people to vote for it, I mean,
I genuinely think that,
like,
that's what everybody else tries. There should just be a genuine honesty. It should just be like, we're no going to have them there, but obviously we're no going to have them there, because how can we? Like if you can, do you know what? We'll open up a suggestions. You tell me how we can viably not have any military involvement, but still make sure that we don't get fucking bombed off mad Russian bombers.
I never said no military involvement.
No, but I just mean this is one of the things that you come up against, and you did say you don't want to support the British Army in any way, shape, or form.
Did I?
Aye, exactly. But that unfortunately means that look, I can 100% fucking guarantee you, I absolutely don't want to fucking support the British Army, right? I'm just saying, you should see my Spotify.
So, and we'll wrap this up now.
I think it's time to wrap it up. So thanks, Holstrom watches, they're quality. And
as a final question,
we've been recording for 6 hours, Gerard.
No, we haven't.
6 hours, 5 hours, 56 minutes, 49, 50, 51.
We can cut
52.
that. And two, we might be able to stick it in 2 parts or something over the course of a week.
I reckon even if we cut out everything, we're on 4 hours.
2 parts, 2 hours. Part 1, part 2. Just cut it at a natural point and cut it. Anyway, what I was going to say to you was, as a final thought, independence tomorrow.
Fucking hell, Jerry, I'm
yes
busy
or no?
tomorrow. Aye, probably tomorrow. Like, aye. Not busy. No, but I mean, like, aye. I mean, as I stand right now, like, between now and the other side of Brexit, I can't see a reason not to have independence. It would give us the best opportunity to be back in the EU. I wouldn't take independence without being in the EU, if that maybe answers a better question.
So if it was but we're not in the EU now. So if it was a choice between potentially being,
but that's what I mean. But what I'm saying is if we were told in any way, shape, or form that we wouldn't have access to the EU, I wouldn't take independence.
You would just stay where we're at.
It wouldn't make any fucking difference. Like I genuinely don't believe it would make any fucking difference.
I mean, we've already demonstrated tonight that it would, because you'd either be governed by a right wing government or a left wing government. But
see, then I don't like. No, because I can't guarantee that. Because again, this is another fallacy you can feed yourself.
No, I don't mean long term. I mean immediately.
Immediately, but we're talking about fucking what is their life at 3 years, maybe 2 years. What we on? When was the Scottish? When was the last one? When was the last general election?
2017.
So so 3 years. So we've got 2 and a bit years.
3, at least. Probably.
17, 18. Well, near the
4
end
or
18. I
5.
was just near the end 18. That's what I'm
Let's
saying.
have a start one tomorrow.
But anyway, my point being that you can't guarantee anything else for certainties. So if I knew that if we were told that we would never be able to get into the EU, I don't know how. I don't know how we would be able to
Just stick with the shite we've got.
I don't think it would be any better. Genuinely, like, the reason I don't think it would be any better is because I don't think we could. I don't think in 2018 we could survive as 5 million people without decent trade deals without the trade deals that we need into the EU.
Which we don't have anyway.
I get that, but I don't think but we would then have a buffer of another fucking 45 million people and various trade and stuff that's there, which builds up the amount that you've actually got to be able to have a better trade deal.
Leverage negotiation.
Yeah, I think essentially for us, if we were to have an independence tomorrow, and we weren't told that we couldn't get into the EU, we don't really have that much to leverage any good trade deals. We'd find ourselves in quite an unsavoury situation for the most part. Like, if I'm being a realist, we'd find ourselves in an unsavoury situation. Being part of Britain would at least give us a bit more to play with. Like, even if it is 1.78 fucking trillion debt and a whole shower of fucking muppets that have not got a fucking Scooby what they're talking about, and Whitehall and a pile of pelters.
Nuclear weapon.
And nuclear weapons. We'll have him anyway. We'll have some of these. We've got a lot of land in that. Fucking, do you want to put the fucking nuclear weapons up in my house? High quality, just don't tell any cunt. I'll get upset. Doesn't matter. There's $1 million.
Use money.
Sort it, exactly.
Million? You're fucking sell this short. You're shite negotiating.
It's $1 million more than you managed to get there in this deal. So I think you'll find that I'm doing all right. But aye, so I mean that's my honest opinion. If I knew we could get into the EU, or if I knew we had the chance to get into the EU, then I'd say give it a go. Like, of course I would. There's literally there's nothing to lose. But if I was told that we couldn't, then there's everything to lose. Literally everything to lose. We would have nothing to trade with. What about you?
Oh, there we go. I think, yeah, at the moment I'm still in favour of independence, regardless, because I think politics in the UK is broken, and it's an opportunity for radical reform and a new constitution to be written, which hopefully works in the interests of the people of Scotland. I don't see any scenario at the moment which offers any opportunity for any of that, so I will always vote for change.
Fair enough.
So it's a goodbye from me.
So fucking late. It's goodbye from me.
Yeah, thanks for listening. If this is in 2 parts, then thanks for listening to both parts. And
if it's in 1 part, then send me emails to tell me how fucking great my editing was.
So yeah, peace out. Thanks for having us.
It was a day ago we started recording this.